Chapter 5596. The Qilin clan's anger was extinguished instantly. They looked terrified. Quadruple crown champion. They used all their strength to shout out these few words. How was that possible? Wasn't it said that the triple crown champion was the highest? How did Lin Woody do it? I don't know. I'm very annoyed now. Don't bother with me, the Qilin sun said coldly. He turned around and went into seclusion. The surrounding Qilin elders also sighed after seeing this. They were like rubber balls that had lost their air. His Highness seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Lin Wudy was too monstrous. Anyone who went up against him would be affected. The news of Lin Xian taking the Qilin sun away spread throughout the burial Earth Star. Lin Xian didn't care. The Qilin sun couldn't be his enemy now, unless the Qilin sun had a fortuitous encounter and improved by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, the Qilin sun wouldn't be able to catch up with him in this lifetime. The aura of the celestial ground in the sky was getting more and more stable. Everyone was happy. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before they could enter. The people of the Purple Mansion were even more excited. The Purple Mansion Master's eyes shone brightly. Soon I can feel their power. Lin Xian looked solemn. He could also feel that they didn't have much time. He should be able to enter soon. There might be an earth-shattering battle when the time came. However, on this day, an aurora streaked across the sky. It was very fast and very careful. It didn't alert anyone. It only released a few auras when it came to the divine union. Lin Xian suddenly rose into the sky. Murong Qingqing and the others exclaimed. Who was it? They could feel a terrifying power. Lin Xian said, "Old friend." "Greetings, Senior Black Tortoise." The aura in the sky turned into a black tortoise. He smiled and said, "Kid, your soul is getting stronger. You found out it was me in an instant." Murong Qingqing, the Crimson Dragon, and the others also bowed. They didn't know why this extreme weapon had come. The black tortoise looked at Lin Xian in surprise. You're already a quadruple crown champion?" He was indeed powerful. No wonder the divine flame thought highly of him. Lin Xian smiled. "Senior, you flatter me." The black tortoise nodded and then changed the topic. "Although you've broken through, I still have to give you a reminder. This time, the arrival of the deity ground was probably brought forward by 100 years. The specific reason was unknown. However, some of our methods haven't been fully formed yet, so it will be very difficult to stop them when the time comes. Especially you, little guy. You'll probably be the main target, so we can't let Higgin descend so soon." Bai Susu asked, "Senior, is Higgin very powerful?" "We have 3 extreme weapons on our side. In addition to the 3 seniors, how could they not be able to defeat them? Indeed, 6 extreme-grade weapons were enough to defeat any great emperor clan." However, the black tortoise shook his head. "You've underestimated the Heavenly King. You don't understand the deity ground at all. The power of the Permitha is beyond your imagination. It is an existence that overrides everything. Not to mention us. Even if we doubled our strength, we still wouldn't be a match for him." What? Was he that powerful? Bai Susu and the others were dumbfounded. Not even twice as much power? They felt a sense of despair. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He asked Senior, "What can we do?" The black tortoise said, "We'll activate the Book of Heavenly Tao to stop Higgin and prevent him from descending in advance. The Heavens battle map that you took previously is one of the pages of the Book of Heavenly Tao." "All right." Lin Xian nodded. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Heavens battle map. The battle map turned back into the Book of Heavenly Tao. The black tortoise said, "All right, kid, leave the rest to us. We'll activate the Book of Heavenly Tao." The black tortoise left, leaving the divine union in shock. How powerful was the Heavenly King? Lin Xian wasn't very sure either. He only knew that the enemy was very strong and had at least the strength of a half-step emperor. Was there a true great emperor? He didn't know. However, Based on the extreme grade weapons and the others' expressions, there might really be a complete, great emperor on the Heavenly King. If that was the case, things wouldn't be good. Lin Xian entered the sword world again and worked hard to cultivate. He wanted to break through and become a half-step emperor in advance. After the Black Tortoise returned, he integrated the page of the Heavens battle map into the broken book. In the blink of an eye, the 3 ultimate weapons were activated. This was the ancient heavenly tome. A ray of light tore through the void, shot up to the 9 heavens, and entered the deity ground. Then, a radiance bloomed on the deity ground. Heavens, what's going on? Is there another change? Can we go in? Everyone looked up at the celestial ground with great excitement. They realized that there seemed to be an additional ancient book there. What was that? Countless people were curious. The ancient book in the sky bloomed with radiance, and endless great Tao descended. It engulfed everything. After the Purple Mansion Master saw it, his pupils constricted. Damn it, he felt that it was a kind of imprisoning power. Was someone trying to stop it from descending? Damn it. At the same time, a cold voice came from Mount Eternal. The Book of Heavenly Tao actually still existed. Fortunately, it wasn't the one who sealed us. In addition, a cold laugh came from the desolate tomb. In the deity ground, a mournful roar came. How dare you seal us? A mere broken book of heavenly Tao? In the next moment, they saw a claw coming towards them from the celestial ground. Heaven and earth shook, and countless people's scalps went numb. They felt that there seemed to be a battle between gods above. It was the supreme powerhouse in the deity ground. There was actually someone in the deity ground. Was it an immortal? Countless people went crazy. At the same time, they were even more shocked. What was the Book of Heavenly Tao? It even dared to seal an immortal? Buzz. After the attack, the Book of Heavenly Tao shook violently, and the radiance on it dimmed a little. However, it didn't disappear. Instead, it continued to use the laws. There seemed to be a kind of Heavenly Tao law slowly forming in it. Damn it! That huge green claw attacked once again, crazily attacking. However, it seemed to be unable to shake the Book of Heavenly Tao. The 3 extreme grade weapons of the extreme Tao world snorted when they saw this scene. You can't break half of the green-robed great emperor. What if I join in? At this moment, another figure appeared in the deity ground. The figure was blurry, but it was incomparably majestic. He was like a peerless god of war. His appearance caused the Book of Heavenly Tao to shake violently. Damn it, it's actually him. Black Tortoise, and the others exclaimed. He actually came out too? The situation is not good. It seems that things are really out of our expectations this time. It's over. The Book of Heavenly Tao is not complete. It can't stop him at all. If he makes a move, the Permethal will really descend. It seems that we can only send away some seeds of hope. The 3 extreme grade weapons expressions were extremely ugly. Heavenly Court, Black Mountain, and the others were also paying close attention. When they saw the figure appear, their expressions also changed. At the same time, even the Chaos Quasi-Emperor and the people of Mount Eternal gasped. Chapter 5597. In the depths of the universe, there was an endless black vortex. Inside was Lord Alcohol. He frowned as he looked at the figure in the sky. It was earlier than expected, but it was not a hopeless situation. There was still a way. His eyes flickered with a cold light. All these years they had also been plotting. Therefore, if they really had no choice, they would fight. It was no big deal. Divine union. Lin Xian also felt a huge pressure. He even felt a familiar aura. He walked out of the sword world and frowned when he saw the purplish-green claws in the sky. Green-robed Great Emperor. This was the other half of the frog. He would never forget this aura. It seemed like the frog was getting impatient. Did it want to come out early? Could it be that the Book of Heavenly Tao could not seal it? However, when he saw the Book of Heavenly Tao, he was stunned. This was because it looked very familiar. Wasn't this the broken book he saw in the Valley of the Sword World? At that time, he felt that it was extremely mysterious, but he couldn't get close. He didn't expect it to be the Book of Heavenly Tao. Could it be that the Book of Heavenly Tao in the sky was the same as the one in his sword world? Lin Xian asked DeLong about this matter. DeLong was also surprised. That's right, kid. Did you really find the other half? Lin Xian nodded. DeLong said to see if there was any way to get it out. The combination of the two should be able to successfully seal the other side for a period of time. Lin Xian nodded. He could see that the situation was very dangerous. In addition to the half of the frog in the sky, there was also the figure of a man. The aura on his body was no weaker than the half of the frog. This was very likely a true great emperor. Of course, this was only Lin Xian's guess. In addition, the Book of Heavenly Tao was also extremely mysterious. Even a great emperor might not be able to completely break it. Lin Xian entered the sword world and arrived at the mysterious valley. There was a broken book inside, emitting an ancient aura. It seemed that he could only use the heaven-swallowing jar to swallow it and then send it out. Lin Xian took out the heaven-swallowing crown and began to devour. A huge black vortex quickly appeared. Above the 9 heavens, everyone was nervously watching because every once in a while there would be a violent rumble that spread throughout the heavens like heavenly thunder. Everyone knew that a fierce attack was taking place in the celestial ground. They weren't sure if the person inside could come out. Once such a terrifying person came out, who would be able to fight against him? Headmaster Z sneered. What a foolish thing. Did he really think that he could contend against them? Just you wait. When we descend, all of you will die. He was so confident that he didn't care about the other half of the Book of Heavenly Tao at all. However, a few days later, when the other half of the Book of Heavenly Tao was about to fall, another ray of light rose up. Everyone realized that another half of the broken book had flown out. As soon as the scroll appeared, it merged with the Book of Heavenly Tao in the sky and formed a complete scroll. Radiance blossomed between heaven and earth. At this moment, the terrifying might of the Heavenly Tao was extremely terrifying. It was as if a heavenly god had been resurrected. The 2 figures that were about to appear were instantly blocked. Damn it, the complete Book of Heavenly Tao. No, it was already broken. How could it appear again? Frenzied roars could be heard. However, no one answered. The Book of Heavenly Tao flew out from inside. The 9 ancient words were nailed into heaven and earth and even sank into the celestial ground. The 2 silhouettes also slowly disappeared under the attack of this power. Damn it, only a resentful voice was left. Was it blocked? The headmaster of Z Mansion was also dumbfounded. How could this be? Who was it? Who was it that still had the other half of the Book of Heavenly Tao? In the extreme Tao world, the 3 extreme Tao weapons were also stunned. They had already prepared for the worst. They were prepared to use the remaining power to send some seeds of hope away. However, they didn't expect the situation to be reversed. The Book of Heavenly Tao had completely merged. Who was it? Even they didn't know. Back then, the Book of Heavenly Tao had been broken in the battle. They only had half of it, and they couldn't find the other half. It seemed that some people had already awakened. That's great. We're finally not fighting alone. The 3 extreme Tao weapons were overjoyed. Although they couldn't seal the other shore forever, they could extend it for a period of time and provide them with an opportunity. When the 9 ancient words appeared in the Book of Heavenly Tao to resist the other shore, the celestial ground was completely stabilized. Everyone seemed to feel that an immortal realm had descended in front of them. On this day, someone finally tried to enter. They found that they weren't killed. They really entered that space and stepped onto the ground of the celestial ground. Those people were so excited that they cried. They knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. This was a golden age. Even those from the monarch races couldn't help but make a move. They also descended. Feeling the terrifying aura and heavy pressure around them, they were extremely excited. Had they returned to the primordial age? Legend had it that in the primordial age there were countless experts. They had once created the 10,000 ancient races. Their cultivation had reached the peak. However, after that era ended, they declined. In the end, many of the 10,000 ancient races had disappeared. Now that the celestial ground had descended, it seemed like it was going to restart the primordial age. This was their chance. This time, someone would definitely become a monarch. They even felt that there might be more than one. Moreover, there might be hope for them to become an immortal. This was because this world was too mysterious. The people from the monarch races quickly mobilized their disciples and experts to explore. The other ancient families and great sects also entered. It wasn't just Burial Earthstar. There were people from all over the universe who went there. This was a matter of the entire universe. A piece of the celestial ground descended into the universe. It was too vast and boundless. It seemed to cover the entire universe. Let's go. Lin Xian also came out of seclusion on this day. He led Murong Qingqing and the others from the Divine Union and soared into the sky. Everyone finally landed on the celestial ground. What a terrifying aura! Murong Qingqing and the others exclaimed. The moment they stepped into the celestial ground, the pressure increased by more than 10 times. It felt like it was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger. It was too terrifying. This also showed that the power of heaven and earth in this place far exceeded that of Burial Earthstar or any other world. Here, they would be able to obtain even greater opportunities. Everyone felt the pressure. However, there was one exception, and that was Lin Xian. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes when he felt the power of the celestial ground. The pressure was similar to that of the sword world. Lin Xian had already adapted to the pressure in the sword world. Therefore, he was like a fish in water here. After taking a deep breath, Lin Xian said, Ruzalong, Qingqing, split the Divine Union into several groups and enter from different directions. Don't go too far at first. Check out the situation first and gather information. I think there shouldn't be too much danger at first. Chapter 5598. Lin Xian split into 3 groups. He, Yan Ruyu, and Murong Qingqing each led a group of divine, adorable beasts. All 3 of them had extreme-grade weapons, so even if there was danger, they could retreat safely. Lin Xian was followed by Xueqi, Nianliang, and the others. They walked cautiously. The ancient trees around them towered into the sky, and the scenery here is 10 times or even 100 times more magnificent than on planet Tibetan. The ancient trees here were like immortal trees, and the aura of the great path surrounding them was too terrifying. However, there were no fruits hanging down. This caused Whitey to sigh. Whitey blinked its big eyes and kept probing. It babbled. This space is too mysterious. I can't explore it clearly. When the sky turned dark, Lin Xian stopped. He knew that this world was extremely terrifying. It was better not to act rashly. They stopped to rest. Some people took the risk to move forward. However, in the latter half of the night, screams were heard. The screams pierced through the sky, making the scalps of countless explorers go numb. They didn't know what they had encountered. When the sun rose the next day, they found some corpses that were badly mutilated. They seemed to be from the Stone Clan. Their defense was unparalleled, and their strength was boundless. Did they die? They felt that this person's cultivation seemed to be at the level of the Double Crown King. What on earth did they experience? Were they killed by the mysterious existence in this deity ground? Or were they killed by other clans? No one knew. When Lin Xian arrived, he also saw the scene. He opened his Rinnegan. He also didn't understand. He asked DeLong if there were any living beings. DeLong said that there were, but there shouldn't be many of them outside. The deity ground was vast and boundless. Lin Xian and the others were only at the outermost area, so there shouldn't be any danger. However, they couldn't be sure. What if there were some supreme living beings wandering around, waiting to be hunted? They continued their journey. Lin Xian and the others had extreme-grade weapons, so they were at ease. They continued their search. Along the way, they saw mountains and rivers. The mountains were millions of miles high, like immortal mountains. The river water was even more terrifying. It was bottomless. Even a divine ancestor would be instantly swallowed if he went in. Even though there were opportunities in the celestial land, there were dangers as well. In just a few days, many people had already fallen. The people from the Purple Mansion also went in. Housemaster Z didn't care about any fortuitous encounter at all. She flew towards the depths of the immortal land like a madwoman. Damn it. Initially, they had thought that they would be able to rule over the world after descending. But who would have thought that there would be a book of heaven's path blocking their path? The people of the other world, Heavenly King, couldn't come out at all. Damn the rules, damn it. Since the other party couldn't come out, he could only go in. However, with the power of the celestial land, even with his strength, it was very difficult for him to walk. After walking for a few days, he was on the verge of breaking down. On the other side, Yao Guang had also entered. He was incredibly excited. In his mind, the Emperor of the 9 Firmaments was roaring. Who was this bastard? Don't let me find out who released the Heavenly Tao Ancient Book. Otherwise, I will definitely tear that person into pieces. Yao Guang was very happy. The people of the Permitha realm could not descend, and this 9 Firmament quasi-emperor could not recover. He was temporarily safe. He said, "Tell me where the fortuitous encounter is first. If my strength increases, that's good too. I'll help you take revenge." Well, let's see if I remember. The 9 Firmament quasi-emperor gritted his teeth and said, in the next few days, Yao Guang set off. On this day, he found a broken ruin in front of him. He didn't know what it was made of. Although it was broken, the great Tao on it was incomparably terrifying. Even with his identity as the Yao Guang Triple Crown champion, he couldn't see through it. This should be a supreme palace. Could it be that a great emperor had lived here before? He was overjoyed. If he could devour the corpse of a great emperor, who would he be afraid of? He couldn't wait to rush over. The 9 Firmament quasi-emperor reminded you to be careful. This celestial land was very mysterious, but Yao Guang didn't care. His heaven-swallowing demonic technique was very powerful. It could definitely devour everything. He attacked crazily, striking the ground with his palm. With a loud boom, the ground split open and a crack appeared. Yao Guang frowned. The celestial land was much more terrifying than the burial Earth Star. On the burial Earth Star, his attack would definitely be able to pierce through heaven and earth. However, here he only managed to create a crack that was 100 meters long. One could imagine how sturdy the celestial land was. He continuously struck with his palm hundreds of times before he managed to create a deep hole. With a clang, there was metal below. Yao Guang was overjoyed and increased his speed. Finally, he dug out an ancient coffin. The broken ancient coffin emitted a cold aura. Great, let me see what's inside. The 9 Firmament quasi-emperor said, wait, let me check. However, it was already too late. Yao Guang was too anxious. He urgently needed power, so he ignored the 9 Firmament quasi-emperor and directly opened the ancient coffin. After opening it, he regretted it. A black wind blew past, and the sound of bones rubbing against each other came from the ancient coffin. In the next instant, a black shadow swept past, and Yao Guang was sent flying. Half of his body shattered. Damn it, what is this thing? His pupils constricted, and his shattered body recovered. The heaven-swallowing demonic technique created an endless black vortex around him that could devour heaven and earth. He charged forward. However, the ancient coffin in front of him stood up. The figure was covered in black scales and was incomparably terrifying. With a claw, it tore open the black vortex. Then it laughed sinisterly. The 9 Firmament quasi-emperor's expression changed, and he quickly fled. Damn it, the corpse of a quasi-emperor, 6 Crown King. Hearing this, Yao Guang turned around and ran. He was only the Triple Crown King. 6 Crown King was much stronger than him. Furthermore, this corpse was still alive. The celestial ground was too strange. Just by casually digging, a 6 Crown King appeared. Boom! Yao Guang's back split open. A black claw pierced his heart, severely injuring him. Damn it! Boundless light appeared on Yao Guang's body as he pushed his strength to the limit. The nine-firmament quasi-emperor had no choice but to use his soul laws again. With the two working together, Yao Guang tore open the void and disappeared. Six-Crown King did not chase after the corpse that came out. He looked around coldly and laughed sinisterly. Then he disappeared. In another space, Yao Guang came out covered in blood. Damn it, he gritted his teeth. The nine-firmament quasi-emperor also said, "Didn't I warn you before? Don't act rashly. This is not planet Tibetan. This is not any world in the universe. This is the celestial ground. Even I don't know the secrets here. You are actually so bold. Aren't you afraid that you will really dig out a martial emperor?" Yao Guang's expression was unsightly. Originally, he thought that the Triple Crown King had nothing to fear. He even dared to challenge a quasi-emperor. However, it looked like he was too naive. The horror of this world far exceeded his imagination. He said, "I know. I will listen to you in the future." The nine-firmament quasi-emperor snorted coldly, and his voice softened. Back then, a supreme war happened in this celestial ground. More than one martial emperor fell here. Hence, anything could happen. You have to be extremely careful. Chapter 5599. For the next period of time, everyone was very careful. Nothing much happened. The Qilin clan had almost mobilized the power of their clan to search. The son of the Qilin clan looked extremely solemn. Last time, he lost to Lin Xian, which made him feel despair. However, he was still able to adjust. He knew that the resources of the immortal land were really too vast. As long as he could find enough treasures here, he could rise again. This was his last hope. He would not miss out on any possibilities. "Your Highness, don't work too hard. We still have time." An elder next to him said in a deep voice. The son of the Qilin clan nodded and said, "I know. This area is almost cleaned up. Let's go in and take a look tomorrow." The surrounding people nodded. They all sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate and recover. In the latter half of the night, a deep voice suddenly sounded. The elder of the Qilin clan opened her eyes. Who was it? As soon as she finished speaking, her body changed and shattered. The sound of bones breaking was heard. With a scream, she was split in half. After seeing this, the surrounding people also stood up abruptly. The son of the Qilin clan roared angrily, "Who is it? Get lost." He threw a punch that pierced through heaven and earth and charged toward the other party. The surrounding people also made their moves. A great battle broke out in an instant, but when they saw the enemy, their scalps went numb. It was a figure with terrifying scales on his body. The death chi on his body was extremely terrifying. What was that? Some of the elders were shocked. The son of the Qilin clan had an ugly expression. The power of a quasi-emperor was really shocking. Why would a quasi-emperor come? Which clan was this? The people of the Qilin clan were completely crazy. They only knew a few quasi-emperors so far. Why was there a new one? Could it be that he was not a quasi-emperor from the burial planet, but from the immortal land? When they thought of this possibility, they became extremely unsightly. The immortal land was incomparably mysterious. The quasi-emperors, there were probably not people they could resist. "Damn it, let's go, let's go." Those people roared in a frenzy. The son of the Qilin clan roared and took out the Qilin divine furnace. There was a violent roar, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands were shaking. Even in the immortal land, an extreme weapon was an extremely terrifying existence. The surrounding people all saw it. They raised their heads to look at the sky, their faces full of shock. Heavens, what is that? This should be an extreme weapon of the Qilin clan. Who was the Qilin clan fighting with? Could it be that he was in danger? One had to know that when the emperor clans attacked, there was nothing they could do about it. Up until now, they had mostly used extreme weapons for defense. This was because he didn't have much strength left. It was as if the primordial Qilin had come back to life and sent the black figure flying. The quasi-emperor's pupils shrank. Her body was completely shattered by this attack. Fortunately, he managed to dodge the fatal attack and was only hit by the aftershocks. Looking ahead at the fleeing Chelan clansmen, the man in black let out a furious roar. However, he did not give chase. He knew how terrifying an extreme-grade weapon was, so he changed his target again. Not long after the Chelan clan attacked, another clan let out a miserable cry. This time, the people of the Holy Heavens race received the attack of the mysterious Quasi-Emperor. For a time, they suffered heavy losses. Apart from them, the other clans were also attacked one after another. The Yi clan was also attacked. They immediately took out the Heaven and Earth Cauldron to block the attack and avoid more losses. For a time, everyone panicked. Everyone knew that a monster had appeared inside, and it wasn't something they could fight against. Damn it, why did it turn out like this? Countless people were roaring. They had suffered heavy losses not long after entering the Holy Heavens race. The people of the Divine Union also heard the news. They were also on high alert. Lin Xian said, "Be careful." Everyone nodded. Suddenly, a terrifying, oppressive might appeared in the sky. When Xue Qi sensed this, she cried out in alarm. "Heavens, this is a quasi-emperor, right?" Lin Xian roared, "Scram!" He slashed out with his sword. It turned into 9 suns. The terrifying sword light slashed into the void, but it was blocked by a black palm. The terrifying quasi-emperor sneered and attacked. Lin Xian roared. He rushed up and fought with the quasi-emperor. After a single attack, the quasi-emperor retreated. 6 Crown King? Lin Xian frowned deeply. However, so what? When the heaven-devouring jar appeared, a black vortex covered the sky. The quasi-emperor frowned when he saw this. Why was there another extreme, grade weapon? Damn it, he retreated unwillingly. Lin Xian roared. "Where are you going?" "So what if you are the 6th Crown King? Do you think the Divine Union is a pushover? How dare you try to kill us?" This time, he was going to make the other party pay the price. The heaven-devouring jar appeared. At the same time, Lin Xian unleashed a dragon-shaped sword chi. A terrifying sword technique swept across the sky. The quasi-emperor in black was also furious. He had left, but the other party still dared to chase after him. He turned around and unleashed a monstrous nomological law. A black seed jumped between her eyebrows, and a black flame appeared. It turned into a terrifying hell scythe. The 2 of them fought fiercely. "Give me power!" Lin Xian roared. Below, Xue Qi and the other people of the Divine Union channeled their power into the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring crown shone brightly. On the other hand, Lin Xian used the power of the sword world. The great dragon sword soul erupted and slashed his opponent to the ground. The quasi-emperor in black roared at the sky. Fear appeared in his eyes as he turned around and fled. He was injured. He had been injured by a young man. Previously, the Dharch clan had only forced him to retreat. They had not injured him. "Just you wait, I will take revenge for this." She spoke in a hoarse voice. However, it was very strange. It seemed like she had not spoken for many years. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You ran fast enough. Otherwise, I would have cut you down with my blade." Did he leave? The people of the Divine Union heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian was really mighty. Xue Qi had indeed said that he should not be a quasi-emperor that they knew. Lin Xian nodded. The aura on his body was very ancient. He should be a quasi-emperor of this deity ground. It was really good news that they had met the moment they arrived. They wondered what they were going to do. Following that, everyone was very careful. Actually, they were all overly worried. The deity ground was scary. However, they were at the edge of it now and were not in too much danger. Yao Guang had accidentally dug out this quasi-emperor. If Yao Guang had not done anything, if Yao Guang had not moved, such a scene would not have happened. Of course, no one knew that Yao Guang would not dare to speak about it. Yao Guang probably wouldn't dare to say it out loud for the rest of his life. Otherwise, he would be hunted down by this large clan. 10 days later, everyone stopped. They discovered an ancient and broken city in front of them. They finally saw a building. Did someone once live in the deity ground? Who was that? Was it an immortal? Chapter 5600. Looking at the city that was about to collapse, countless people cried out in surprise. Heavens, there really are ruins. Could this be a place where immortals once lived? Great, we're rich. These people were very excited. Go in. They rushed forward. The closer they got to the ancient city, the greater the pressure they felt. Therefore, it wasn't easy to enter. However, these people wouldn't give up so easily. At the same time, Mount Eternal, Desolate Tomb, and Taichu Ancient Land also began to move. After waiting at the beginning, these forbidden lands finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Countless figures walked out of these forbidden lands. What was even more terrifying was that 3 figures walked out of these 3 forbidden lands. They soared into the sky and directly charged into the depths of the deity ground. Boom, boom, boom. A monstrous power appeared. When they cut through the void, the explorers in the deity ground also felt their scalps go numb. One by one, the great emperor clans were terrified. What was this? Why did they feel as if the great emperor had been reborn? Even Lin Xian and the others' pupils constricted. This was the power of a human sovereign. The human sovereigns had finally made their move at this moment. 3 forbidden lands, 3 human sovereigns. This power was too strong, completely surpassing that of a quasi-emperor. It wasn't something they could resist. They even felt that even if they held extreme weapons, they wouldn't be a match for these 3 people. For a moment, everyone was in despair. When such people came, who could defeat them? Everyone was on the verge of facing a great enemy. They were ready to escape at any time. After waiting for a long time, they realized that the 3 human sovereigns weren't here at all. They had directly entered the depths of the deity ground and disappeared. They didn't attack. Some people cheered. Those from the Emperor clan side. They were thinking too much. In front of such people, they were all ants. They would probably enter the depths to fight for the immortal opportunity. Some people sighed. It was sad to be in the same era as such people. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Were they going to fight for the immortal opportunity? It was really shocking. Although he was envious, he was confident. However, he wasn't defeated because he believed that one day he would surpass these people. Human sovereigns had their own opportunities. They didn't care about ordinary treasures. They are searching for supreme treasures, which gives us a chance. The people of the Great Emperor clan said, "Let's take down this ancient city first." The others nodded as well. That was indeed the case. Everyone was fighting for the opportunity. Could they catch up with Ji Zun's footsteps? Although they didn't know, they had to work hard to improve themselves. These people charged forward with all their might. The members of the Divine Union also headed forward. Among them, Lin Wudi was the fastest, which shocked countless people. This person's invincible strength was too strong. Could it be that he was not affected by the pressure here? Damn it, how did he do it? Countless people were shocked. And at this time, the world was in a state of chaos as more experts arrived. The surrounding people turned their heads to look, and in the next moment, they all cried out in alarm. This was a forbidden land of life. That's right, they noticed that the newcomer had an inextinguishable fighting spirit and a terrifying aura of death. His body was covered with runes. The people from the 3 great forbidden lands had come to collect them. Damn it! Didn't they say that they didn't care about this place? No, we made a mistake. It's the human sovereign who doesn't like him. However, there are more than just supremes in the forbidden land of life. I'm afraid that other people will also come here to compete with us for resources. So what? We're not afraid of him. Cold voices rang out one after another. Although they said so, they still acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Stupid ants, kneel down in front of us obediently and submit to us. Perhaps you can still live. The expert from Mount Eternal sneered. What did you say? The Kunpeng race was furious. The people from Huangling also walked out. It seems that you still don't understand. Didn't you see that our human sovereign has come out? Can you resist that kind of power? Our human sovereign is going to fight for the treasures now. When they come back, they can kill you with one slap. Now whoever submits will live. Otherwise, you will all die. Hearing this, everyone's face turned ugly. Damn it, could it be that they were really going to submit to him? At this time, Lin Xian sneered. Submit to you? Did water get into your heads? Get lost, or I'll kill you. At that time, even if your human sovereign comes back, he won't be able to save you. Hearing these arrogant words, everyone was shocked. Who was it? The people from the Forbidden Lands were even more furious. Who was so reckless? They suddenly turned their heads and found that the one who spoke was Lin Xian, who was standing in front of them with his hands behind his back. The people from the 3 Forbidden Lands looked at Lin Xian with gritted teeth, because they all had a grudge against Lin Xian. It's time to get rid of you. The people from the 3 Forbidden Lands sneered and walked up. One of the stone men stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. Lin Xian punched out, and the power of his divine body shattered the opponent's fist. At the same time, he took a step forward and released the demon god seal to suppress it. The stone man screamed and was torn apart. Damn it, you dare to hurt me? He was crazy. Lin Xian sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? Do you really think you're a human sovereign? Let's work together to kill him. On Mount Eternal's side, someone walked out with a terrifying black stone tablet on his back. There was another person who was equally terrifying. He had a bronze scythe on his back. It was a death scythe. He was from Huangling. Not good. Feeling this aura, everyone's scalps went numb. The one with the black stone tablet was a quasi-emperor, and the one with the bronze scythe was also a quasi-emperor. With the appearance of 2 quasi-emperors, Lin Wudi was in danger. Did he really think that there was no one in the grand primordium ancient tomb? Another angry shout was heard, and the same strange stone flew over. This strange stone was in the shape of a human. As soon as it appeared, the killing intent on its body shook the heavens and earth. In front of these people, the monarch race powerhouses were terrified and trembled. Yi, Wu Dao, Kuinpingzi, and the others felt their scalps go numb. This was because they felt that even with their strength, they couldn't withstand a single blow in front of the other party. This was also a quasi-emperor. 3 quasi-emperors had arrived. The 3 of them stared at Lin Xian and sneered. Kid, let's see who can save you this time. The others went crazy. It's over. Lin Wudi is dead for sure. No one had expected 3 quasi-emperors to appear. The expressions of the people from the divine union became incomparably solemn. Not good. Boss, why don't we leave first? They looked at Lin Xian with ugly expressions. Although they had extreme weapons, the 3 quasi-emperors were too terrifying. These people might have supreme weapons in their hands. Once they fought, it would be difficult for them to gain the upper hand. If they were suppressed, there would only be one outcome. They would die. Want to leave? Too naive. The quasi-emperor from Mount Eternal sneered. The black stone tablet on his back soared into the sky and suppressed the world. Chapter 5601. A stone tablet sealed the entire space, and everyone felt that they could not escape. They were in despair and fear. No, this has nothing to do with us. Some of the clans roared crazily and pushed them to the back. Even the emperors and clansmen had grave expressions on their faces. On the other side, the Huangling quasi-emperor waved his bronze sickle and slashed out. The entire space seemed to shatter under this slash. This was the deity ground. One could only imagine how terrifying this slash was for such a phenomenon to occur. Boom! On the other side, the human-shaped stone also walked out. The sky shook and the earth shook with each step. At this moment, everyone's bodies were torn apart. They were too strong. These 3 quasi-emperors were not injured or poisoned. They were quasi-emperors at their peak. How could Lin Xian fight against them? Lin Xian's face was extremely gloomy. 3 quasi-emperors? although it was beyond his expectations. So what? Now that he had grown up, he might be able to fight them. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He looked at the people beside him and said, "Push them far away later. I will fight them next." "No, young master, this is too dangerous. Yes, one quasi-emperor is fine, but 3 quasi-emperors? We can't fight them." "Why? Do you still want to fight us? What a joke!" The quasi-emperor of Mount Eternal snorted. "Stupid ants. Today, I will make the divine union disappear." The quasi-emperor of Desolate Forest also stepped out. A great battle was about to break out. At this moment, a vortex appeared between heaven and earth. Everyone thought that Lin Xian had used the all-engulfing heavenly crown. However, Lin Xian also raised his head. He was stunned. Lord Alcohol, the wine-sword immortal's figure, appeared between heaven and earth. He yawned and said, "We meet again." Lin Xian was overjoyed. He finally saw Lord Alcohol again. The Emperor clans on the Tibetan Earth Star were shocked. It was this man. They would not forget that this man was also a quasi-emperor. When quasi-emperors first appeared, this man appeared. Back then, the primal chaos quasi-emperor came to the divine union to kill Lin Xian. In the end, the devouring quasi-emperor appeared and took him away. Now that the other party had come out, it seemed like the battle with the chaos quasi-emperor had ended. A quasi-emperor had arrived. The members of the divine union cheered. The quasi-emperor of Mount Eternal sneered. "A quasi-emperor fighting against the 3 of us? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The quasi-emperors of the Desolate Forest also laughed coldly. "Kneel down and kowtow to us, and we will let you leave alive. If you dare to meddle in our affairs again, I'll destroy your soul. You should know how difficult it is to cultivate to quasi-emperor. Do you want to die for this kid?" Lin Xian also said, "Lord Alcohol, let's fight together." He knew that Lord Alcohol was very powerful, but he didn't have any confidence in facing 3 quasi-emperors. Therefore, he was also prepared to participate. Lord Alcohol smiled and said, "Little fellow, don't worry. It's just 3 ants. I don't care about them." Lord Alcohol was very calm. When the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. What did he say? Did he just call the 3 quasi-emperors ants? Heavens, you're also a quasi-emperor. Where did you get the confidence to fight at the same level? How dare you call me an ant? The 3 quasi-emperors were also angry. Among them, the quasi-emperor of the desolate tomb walked out. "I want to see what right you have to be arrogant in front of me." He held the bronze scythe and slashed out. The bronze scythe turned into a bronze ray of light, splitting the space of the deity ground. This slash directly enveloped Lord Alcohol. "Not good. Retreat quickly." The surrounding people exclaimed, and Lin Xian also became nervous. Lord Alcohol sneered. He pointed his finger, and a black vortex appeared at his fingertip. It directly swallowed the bronze ray of light. The next moment, he waved his sleeve. The black vortex suddenly became bigger, covering the sky and the earth, and directly swallowed the bronze scythe. Not only that, half of the quasi-emperor of the desolate tomb was also covered by the black vortex, and his flesh and blood were indistinguishable. He let out a miserable cry and turned to escape. How could this person be so powerful? "Damn it, who are you?" "Our human sovereign is here." He roared crazily, but it was useless. The black vortex completely swallowed him, and only some rain of blood fell. The surrounding people went crazy. What happened? Did a quasi-emperor die just like that? It was so quiet. He was killed in one move. Their scalps went numb. The other 2 quasi-emperors were so frightened that they took 2 steps back. They were terrified. Who exactly are you? How could they not be afraid? The dead quasi-emperor was on par with them, but he was killed in one move. Me. I am the wine-sword immortal. Lord Alcohol stood with his hands behind his back, and sword chi rushed out from his body. turning into a black devouring sword that floated between heaven and earth. At this moment he was extremely domineering. The two quasi-emperors were about to kneel in front of such a phenomenon. The other great emperors' clans gasped in shock. The Yi family patriarch said, "It seems that this is not an existence that we can imagine at all." The Phoenix family patriarch also shook his head and sighed. "Last time he took away the Chaos quasi-emperor, and we thought that he was just an ordinary quasi-emperor. Now it seems that is not the case at all. Last time, he did not reveal his strength. This time, there is no need for him to hide the opening of the deity ground. Indeed, now that Lord Alcohol and the others were about to start the final operation, they naturally would not hide their strength. Even if Lord Nine wanted to kill the Chaos Quasi-Foundation, it would be a piece of cake. However, he did not do so. He was prepared to leave the Chaos Quasi-Emperor to Lin Xian and let Lin Xian deal with him personally. To be honest, his strength had not fully recovered yet. Heavens, is this an expert of the Divine Union? The people of the Divine Union were all so shocked and excited. Even Lin Xian was surprised. To be honest, he had previously guessed that Lord Alcohol was only a quasi-emperor. Now it seemed that he was not. To be able to kill a quasi-emperor in one move, even if he was a quasi-emperor, was extremely terrifying. How many crowns had he reached? I am just passing by this time. My strength has not fully recovered, and I want to go to the depths of the deity ground. As he spoke, everyone was even more shocked. If he could kill a quasi-emperor in one move without fully recovering his strength, wouldn't he be heaven-defying if he recovered? How did Lin Xian know such a terrifying person? He's here. At this moment, Lord Alcohol looked up into the distance. The surrounding people were stunned and looked over as well. Who else was coming? They saw an old man with a sage-like demeanor. He was standing on an auspicious cloud and flying over. "Old Xia!" Lin Xian exclaimed when he saw him. It was Xia Jiyo. The others also exclaimed. The living fossil of the Yi family was also shocked. They had heard that the previous temple master of the Divine Hall had gone to Jiyo. Was he still alive? No way, he was an even more terrifying living fossil. People like Qilin and the others were even more shocked. Wasn't Xia Jiyo the champion of the previous Hualong competition? He was actually still alive. How terrifying was he now? Xia Jiyo looked at Lord Alcohol and nodded. Obviously, the two of them knew each other. Xia Jiyo said, "I saw the human sovereign enter the depths of the deity ground." Lord Alcohol said, "I was also about to go, but I met the little guy, so I stopped." Xia Jiyo said, "There's no time to lose. Let's move." Obviously, their destination was the depths of the deity ground. The surrounding people were shocked again. Were these people going to deal with the human sovereign? Chapter 56:02. Lin Xian was also surprised. What exactly was in the depths of the deity ground? He said, "Lord Alcohol, Elder Xia, be careful. There's a permithaw in the deity ground." Lord Alcohol smiled and looked up at the sky. Half of the book of Heavenly Tao in the sky was released by you, right? With the book of Heavenly Tao, the permithaw won't come out for the time being. Xia Jiyo also said, "Little guy, you did the right thing this time. You blocked the permithaw and gave us a chance to win." After a few words, the monarch race people were shocked. Half of the book of Heavenly Tao was released by Lin Xian. They sucked in a cold breath. At this point, Xia Jiyo lowered his head and looked down. He said, "The people of the Forbidden Lands still dare to come out." Die. As he spoke, he slammed his palm toward the land of absolute primordium. This attack was too terrifying. Resplendent light swept out in all directions, illuminating the entire space. Everyone was shaken by this palm. The quasi-emperor of the land of absolute primordium also shouted angrily, "Damn it, you dare to underestimate me?" Endless killing intent rushed out of his body, turning into 12 swords of killing. The 9 heavens and 10 earths shattered under these sword chi. The 12 swords of killing charged forward together. "Old thing, die. Boom! The two collided, and raging waves crashed onto the shore. The 12 swords of killing kept cracking. In an instant, the strange stone shattered into pieces. He was penetrated by a palm and directly slapped to death on the ground. Xiajuya was filled with endless dominance. He retracted his palm and snorted coldly. Land of absolute primordium? Back when I was at my peak and swept through the world. You probably didn't dare to come out. Shocking, incomparably shocking. Even Lin Xian was stunned. Xia Juyo's strength was actually so terrifying. As expected of the previous dragon transformation, War Emperor. It was just that such a person didn't become a great emperor last time. What did one have to experience to become a great emperor? He was even more confused. The surrounding people were all stunned. The Phoenix race people were shocked. This person had the qualifications to become a great emperor. He was from the previous era and didn't become a great emperor. What a pity. They didn't know if there was still a chance in this era. Countless people were shocked. The two experts who appeared killed the quasi-emperor of the Forbidden Lands in 2 moves. It was like a legend. Lin Xian was shocked. He thought of his father again. He wanted to ask. Lord Alcohol, he had just spoken, and Lord Alcohol had already arrived. You want to ask your father, right? You don't have to ask me, just ask him. Lin Xian was stunned and suddenly turned his head, his Rinnegan blooming. In the next moment he became excited. Father! He saw a stalwart man walking over in the air. This person's fighting spirit was really too strong. The moment it appeared, it crushed down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Countless living beings could not help but want to kneel down and submit at this moment. Many people swallowed their saliva. The Emperor clan's people also felt their scalps go numb. What kind of person was this? The stalwart man in the sky came to Lin Xian's side and said, Xian, you've grown up? Father! Lin Xian's eyes turned red. Father, I've grown up. I can fight by your side. Lin Zhan smiled too. He patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Good. Then he waved his hand and the space beside him split open. A beautiful middle-aged woman walked out. Xian. The moment this woman appeared, she also looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's soul trembled. Mother. He was really stunned. He hadn't seen his mother for a long time. Child, I've made you suffer. Actually, you don't have to suffer so much. The middle-aged woman's tears fell. Men don't cry easily. At this moment, Lin Xian also cried until he couldn't speak. Throughout his growth, everyone had been paying attention to his cultivation and strength. But only his mother knew that she had suffered. All right, didn't we meet now? We will have more time in the future, but not now. Lin Zhan spoke at this moment. The middle-aged woman nodded and said, Xian, you have to take good care of yourself in the future. Lin Xian was stunned. Was he going to leave again? Lin Zhan said, Xian, I'll wait for you in the depths of the celestial ground. As he spoke, he soared into the air and punched out at the same time. This punch illuminated the ages. This punch turned into eternity between heaven and earth and charged towards the quasi-emperor of Mount Eternal. That quasi-emperor also roared angrily at the sky. He merged with the black sky monument. I'm immortal. His body emitted a monstrous immortal intent. Suppress. He transformed into the sky monument and suppressed this fist. However, the battle intent on this fist was too terrifying. Under this punch, the sky monument turned into powder and scattered with the wind. Did he die again? He killed a quasi-emperor of Mount Eternal with a punch. And Mount Eternal was known as an immortal existence. This man called Lin Zhan was even more terrifying. Moreover, he was actually Lin Xian's father. Lin Xian indeed had a great background. In an instant, countless families trembled in fear. Lin Zhan killed a quasi-emperor of Mount Eternal with a punch, without even looking. It was as simple as crushing an ant to death. He soared into the air and said, Xian, we'll wait for you. The middle-aged woman also entered the spatial rift and slowly disappeared. Her voice floated out. Xian, take care of yourself. Xiajiao and Lord Alcohol also flew into the distance. Lord Alcohol said, "Little guy, we'll wait for you." Then, the three of them turned into streams of light and flew into the depths of the deity ground. Lin Xian looked into the distance and took a deep breath. He would definitely walk into the depths of the deity ground. In the next moment, he landed and said, "People of the Divine Union, follow me into the ancient city." He took the lead and his divine body shone brightly. The power of the four-crowned king swept out. He rushed toward the ancient city with large strides. The surrounding people were still in shock. 3 quasi-emperors, a sure-kill situation, had been resolved so easily. He had killed them in 3 moves. The people of the great emperor families also trembled. They were both envious and frightened. This was because their great emperor families had yet to produce a quasi-emperor. However, they still had a trace of hope, and that was their ancestor. Was the great emperor still alive? Would he be able to return? Let's go. We can't think about the ancestors' matter, but we must produce a quasi-emperor. These great emperor families also gritted their teeth. They had to nurture a quasi-emperor in the shortest time possible. They had to use extreme weapons to open a path and kill. The Gu family's patriarch roared, and the heaven and earth cauldron appeared. It suppressed the surroundings and charged toward the ancient city. The Gu family, Kuan Ping race, Phoenix race, and Qilin race all did the same. The extreme aura reappeared. The people of the great emperor families went completely crazy at this moment. They had been stimulated. They had to seize the opportunity. On Lin Xian's side, he even used his body to open a path. His divine fists were opened and closed. Yin and Yang sword qi swept across. Finally, the group of people entered the ancient city. The ancient city was majestic, but there was no one in sight. There was an aura of desolation and time inside. The buildings were filled with plants. Although there was no one, those plants were extremely extraordinary. These were plants that grew in the deity ground. Charge! Kill! The people of the Gu family roared. The Qilin race, Kuan Ping race, and other great emperor families instantly rushed over. Behind them were the peerless great sects, ancient families, and itinerant cultivators. At this moment, everyone's eyes were red as they charged forward. Chapter 5603. The void mirror shone brightly between heaven and earth. Elder Gu Shao of the Gu family roared, "Scram!" Terrifying spatial cracks spread in all directions, and many people were instantly teleported out. "Hurry up and run!" The others quickly retreated. Some of the remote antiquity families gritted their teeth. At the same time, the Qilin family and the Kunpeng family also took out their extreme weapons. The Qilin son said, "Those without extreme weapons should leave this ancient city." That's right, the Kunpeng family also said coldly. The surrounding people were in despair. It seemed like the emperor family was going to join forces to clear the place. Damn it, you want to leave just because you want to? That's right, the ancient city is so mysterious, and it doesn't belong to your family. Some families and sects were unwilling to leave, so they retreated to the side and waited. They wanted to see if there was a chance to reap the benefits. However, they soon regretted it. Their scalps went numb and they fled in panic. Because the 2 emperor weapons collided. The emperor family was also fighting with each other. Now, whoever produced a boundary emperor first would be able to dominate the others. Therefore, these people were really angry. Extreme weapons collided. How could the people around him possibly withstand it? Many of them did not escape, and they were instantly turned into ashes. After seeing this, the others did not dare to stay any longer. They were not a match at all. Lin Xian also took out the sky-devouring crown to fight. He charged towards one of the palaces. There were endless plants there, and there was also a tree that was shining with 5 colors, and there were 5 elemental laws on it. Moreover, it was surrounded by mysterious fragments. Lin Xian felt that it might be an immortal artifact fragment, and he felt an unusual aura. Attack! Lin Xian led his people and rushed over. directly swallowing the 5 elements sacred tree. Damn it! After the Gu family saw this, the void mirror shone brightly. It was blocked by the black vortex that filled the sky. Lin Wudy, leave the treasure behind. Another angry roar. However, Lin Xian snorted and left. He waved his hand and led the people of the Divine Union away quickly. They had already obtained a treasure, so there was no need for them to enter the vortex again. The people from the Gu family did not continue their search. Instead, they went to other places to search. After Lin Xian and the others stopped, Lin Xian took out the 5 elements tree. The 5 elemental, nomological laws blossomed with radiance as everyone from the Divine Union widened their eyes. Lin Xian said as they sat down cross-legged to comprehend. Xue Qi and the others took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged, and started comprehending the 5 elements' power. Lin Xian was also standing under the tree. He didn't cultivate the power of the 5 elements. Instead, he was sensing the immortal equipment fragments. At the same time, the mark of the divine flame opened between his eyebrows. He wondered if this fragment could increase the power of his seed of the divine flame. However, the power of the seed of divine fire did not increase. It seemed that the 2 of them had different powers. However, Lin Xian discovered that he seemed to be able to condense immortal qi seeds as well. What an unexpected discovery! Lin Xian was overjoyed. He was called an abandoned immortal and could not cultivate. Only then did he know that the masterminds were the Z Mansion and the Nirvana Realm. In other words, it was the Nirvana Realm's red spider lily that had sealed him. Now that he was in the Deity land, Lin Xian discovered that it was possible to cultivate immortal qi seeds. What would happen if he cultivated both of them together? Lin Xian asked Dalong said, "You can give it a try. There might be unexpected changes. Has anyone else walked this path before?" Lin Xian asked. Dalong said, "It had been a very long time since the last immemorial era. No one had taken this path. People either cultivated immortal qi or divine flame. There were very few people who cultivated both at the same time. You might be able to walk a different path." Lin Xian took a deep breath after hearing this. Dalong said, "Kid, you can give it a try because you have a deity domain. This is something no one else has. Divine Jade can increase the power of divine flame. The deity land can also increase the power of immortal qi. Hence, this is your chance." "I understand." Lin Xian nodded. Since that was the case, he would fuse with the immortal qi seeds. Lin Xian absorbed the immortal artifact fragments on the 5 elements tree and began to try to condense them. However, one 5 elements tree was not enough for him to condense immortal qi seeds. However, Lin Xian already had a mysterious aura in his body. What a pleasant surprise! The others also gained something. They had all condensed the 5 elements laws. Everyone seemed to be able to condense 5 elements tree leaves in their hands. Some were strong and some were weak. They could be said to be very powerful weapons. After being absorbed by so many people, the 5 elements tree finally dimmed. It seemed to have become an ordinary tree. Lin Xian knew that it was about time. He said, "Let's go." The group rose into the air again. At this moment, the battle in the ancient city was abnormally terrifying. Several emperor weapons collided with each other. The people from the emperor race were really fighting crazily. Lin Xian did not participate anymore. The deity land was very big and there were many opportunities. There was no need to fight to the death with these people. They rose into the air and left the ancient city, heading to other places. "Old ancestor, there is an ancient city in front of you. The emperor clan's people were fighting over it. Treasures, let's go too." At the same time, in the vicinity of the ancient city, chaotic energy filled the air. The Hundan clan had also arrived. They were excited because their primal chaos ancestor had returned. This was a true quasi-emperor. The Hundan clan had once again reached the pinnacle. The primal chaos quasi-emperors gaze pierced through the heavens and earth as he looked ahead. He said, "Oh, then let me do it." So what if they were facing the clans of great emperors? This was the world of quasi-emperors. The primal chaos patriarch waved his robe and reversed the universe. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the ancient city. Feeling the pressure from the ancient city, the people from the Hundan tribe felt their scalps tingling. How terrifying! Was this the city of the celestial land? It was truly unbelievable. A terrifying radiance erupted from the primal chaos quasi-emperor's eyes. I can feel the power of the immortal chi seed. Near the ancient city, there were many clans and sections. These were the ones who had been chased out. They gritted their teeth, but were unwilling to leave. They could only linger nearby. When they saw the chaos quasi-emperor, they also gasped. Was another quasi-emperor here? The chaos quasi-emperor looked at these people and snorted. These people were not qualified to enter. He strode forward. Suddenly he was stunned. He waved his hand and tore the void apart. "Stay here!" With an angry roar, the heavens and earth shook. The surrounding people went crazy. Who was the chaos quasi-emperor attacking? They all looked up. The shattered void blocked the group of people. Lin Xian and the others stood in the spatial crack. They were also angry. Did someone dare to attack them? Lin Xian lowered his head and looked at the Hundan clan below. "How dare you block my way? Do you want to die?" Chapter 5604. It was the primal chaos tribe and the primal chaos quasi-emperor. When Shui, Qi, Nalan Liang, and the others saw the scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Another primal chaos quasi-emperor had arrived? Lin Xian sneered. "Primal chaos quasi-emperor, he was very surprised that you were still alive. Did Lord Alcohol not kill this guy? Or did he not bother to do so? Humph, kid! Do you think you can defeat me just because the devouring quasi-emperor protected you last time? Let me tell you, he only fought to a draw with me. Moreover, she has already left and disappeared. Let's see who can protect you this time." The primal chaos quasi-emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent. The kid in front of him had killed their primal chaos body, so he had to kill him for revenge. The surrounding people exclaimed when they heard this. What? The primal chaos quasi-emperor could fight to a draw with the devouring quasi-emperor? It can't be, right? Not long ago, they had seen Lord Alcohol kill a quasi-emperor with one palm strike. His strength was shocking. Had the primal chaos quasi-emperor become so terrifying? The people of the Divine Union were also worried. If it was such an existence, they would not be able to resist at all. It seemed that even an extreme weapon could not scare the primal chaos quasi-emperor. Lin Xian laughed heartily. "You are evenly matched with Lord Alcohol. You must be out of your mind. Do you know why you are still alive? Because you are too weak and Lord Alcohol did not bother to attack you. Otherwise, how could you still be alive? Stupid thing, are you trying to provoke me?" The primal chaos quasi-emperor was furious. How dare Lin Xian say that he was weak? If it had not been for that quasi-emperor, he would have killed Lin Xian with one finger. However, it was not too late now. "Kid, do you know the consequences of offending a quasi-emperor? Today I will let you know." With that, the primal chaos quasi-emperor stretched out a finger and attacked. This finger enlarged between heaven and earth, turning into an eternal light pillar. The chaotic aura on it was enough to split heaven and earth. He pointed a finger at Lin Xian, intending to kill him. The people of the primal chaos tribe laughed. "Stupid thing! Do you think you can fight against a quasi-emperor? Lin Moody, today is the day you die." They had infinite confidence in the primal chaos ancestor. Lin Xian sneered and punched out as well. Divine fire danced on his fist, turning into a sun as he charged toward the finger. Not running. Attack. Seeing that the other party had attacked instead of fleeing, the primal chaos quasi-emperor shook his head. "Kid, you've been too arrogant recently. I heard that you've grown very quickly recently, but so what? Compared to a quasi-emperor, you are still an ant. Under this finger, turn into ashes. His fingers sped up. Speed. With a clang, it collided with the golden fist. Divine flames danced in the sky and swept out. This part of the world had lost its luster. Everyone's souls shook violently, and they all retreated to the back. Handan Quasi-Emperor's expression also changed. She felt as if she had struck an ancient mountain with her attack. How could his opponent's fist be so hard? It did not shatter. Has this brat's physique reached the large success stage? He was extremely surprised. The people of the Handan tribe were also stunned. Lin Xian could fight against a quasi-emperor? Wasn't it just a Triple Crown winner? Lin Xian sneered. Old thing, how long has it been since you last gathered information? Don't you know my strength? With an angry roar, the divine fire on Lin Xian's fist continued to erupt, then turned into a palm and slapped forward. Cracks suddenly appeared on the finger of Handan Quasi-Emperor. Then with a crack, it broke. With a muffled groan, the Handan Quasi-Emperor retracted his finger, with blood dripping from it. You can actually hurt me? He was extremely shocked. An ant could hurt an elephant, which was completely beyond his understanding. Lin Xian sneered. Hurt you? I'm going to kill you. He soared into the air and waved his hands. An extremely terrifying sword Qi appeared in his hand. Slash! The sword slashed down with the power to split the sky. Damn it! You're courting death. Chaotic palm. The Handan Quasi-Emperor was also furious. His broken finger healed. Then he struck out with his palm. His hand seemed to have turned into the sky, sweeping across the void. He admitted that he had been careless. He did not expect Lin Xian's strength to increase so quickly. But so what? An ant was still an ant. No matter how unexpected it was, it could not be compared to a true dragon. Boom, boom. There was another violent explosion, and the Handan Quasi-Emperor kept retreating, his blood boiling. He was really shocked. How is this possible? He let out an angry roar like a god roaring. The surrounding people fainted from the shock. The people of the Handan tribe were also in disbelief. Lin Wudi really had the combat strength of a quasi-emperor. Damn it! Has his cultivation surpassed the Triple Crown winner? Lin Xian laughed. Handan Quasi-Emperor, have you seen the truth? It's impossible for you to kill me. The Handan Quasi-Emperor's face turned black. He looked forward, gritting his teeth. The power of the Quadruple Crown winner. No, how can the Quadruple Crown winner challenge me? What other trump cards do you have? He roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted. Do you want to know? Then take a good look. The mark of the divine fire appeared between his brows, and a terrifying power swept out. What is this power? The Handan Quasi-Emperor had really gone crazy. The seed of the divine fire, you actually have such a thing? Isn't this the power that a quasi-emperor should have? How did he get it in advance? No wonder he could fight against a quasi-emperor. I have to kill this kid. I can't let him grow any further. The Handan quasi-emperor roared and charged over. Die. Her fists danced nonstop, releasing a bright light that shook heaven and earth. At this moment, nothing could stop her. The might of a quasi-emperor could sweep through everything. Lin Xian laughed loudly. Demonic qi surged from his body, and the demon emperor's special skills appeared one after another. The divine fire between his brows was also jumping nonstop. When these powers fused together, his combat strength was terrifying. Although Lin Xian was the Quadruple Crown winner, he could already challenge the Quadruple Crown winner. And this Handan quasi-emperor only had the strength of the Quadruple Crown winner. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged 30 moves. They were evenly matched. Lin Xian's expression was calm, and the more he fought, the braver he became. The Handan quasi-emperor was really mad, and she was getting more and more anxious. Damn it, why is it like this? I won't lose. Yang Tian roared, and the Handan energy on his body condensed into a sky-splitting axe. He held it in his hand. I can split heaven and earth, and killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. Universe-splitting axe split everything. The Hundan giant axe in his hand chopped down. At this moment, a huge crack appeared in heaven and earth, and the whole ground shook violently. It seemed like this attack could split the deity ground. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Old thing, you're not my match. So what if you have the power of universe, splitting heaven? I will let you see my power. Lin Xian's Rinnegan exploded with endless light, and he wanted to use the opponent's shock as an opening to attack. 6 paths of reincarnation. Summon the sword of reincarnation. The light of reincarnation quickly condensed. A sword shadow appeared between heaven and earth. The sword of reincarnation slashed down. Chapter 56:05. Between heaven and earth. A sword chi flashed with the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Clang! When the sword slashed down, the surrounding heaven and earth shook, and the others felt as if their souls were being crushed. The Chaos Emperor's expression changed drastically. He really didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to make such an attack. Thinking of this, he roared and used the cosmic axe in his hand, even more terrifying. The cosmic axe had the power to split heaven and earth, and endless laws surrounded it, as if it was going to split the entire world. This attack was really extraordinary. Legend had it that the Chaos Clan had the power to split open the world. Now that it was used by a quasi-emperor, its power was even more terrifying. In the next moment, the two collided and countless people became nervous. The people of the Chaos Clan were full of confidence. In their opinion, Lin Wudy would definitely not be able to withstand it. A cracking sound was heard, and everyone's heart beat violently. Whose weapon was it that broke? They looked forward carefully. In the next moment, they gasped, and the people of the Chaos Clan were even more dumbfounded. The cosmic axe was extremely terrifying and could split the world, but at this moment a crack appeared on it. Then the crack quickly spread like a spider web. In the end, it shattered under everyone's shocked gaze. Those fragments were all swept into the 6 worlds and disappeared into the reincarnation. It wasn't over yet. When the sword slashed down, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation surrounded all directions. The surrounding heaven and earth shattered, and the Chaos Quasi-Emperor was enveloped by this power. He let out a miserable cry. Damn it! He had used the law of chaos to the extreme, but he was still sent flying. 6 cracks appeared on his body, penetrating his entire body. Chaos blood kept dripping, and it was terrifying. Was he defeated? That was a quasi-emperor, and a quasi-emperor of the Chaos Clan. He was so powerful that no one could compare to him. But now he was defeated by someone else. They couldn't imagine. Ancestor. Countless people exclaimed. The people of the Chaos Clan knelt on the ground, and some of them shouted, Ancestor, kill him. His Rinnegan could only be used once. Indeed, they had all seen Lin Xian's Rinnegan before. After using it once, Lin Xian closed his eyes and his eyes bled. When the primal Chaos Patriarch heard this, he roared angrily and attacked again with 6 wounds on his body. But soon he stopped. His face was full of shock because he found that Lin Xian didn't close his Rinnegan this time. The reincarnation energy in his eyes was still extremely terrifying. What was going on? The other people also noticed this, and they all gasped. It seemed that after Lin Wudy broke through to the quadruple crown, his soul had also improved greatly. Now, the power of the Rinnegan had also become stronger. After using the reincarnation sword phantom once, it still didn't close. It was incredible. Lin Xian sneered. A mere quasi-emperor only had such strength? You're really disappointing. Next, you will also experience my divine ability. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine flame seed between Lin Xian's eyebrows spread its power throughout his body. His palms formed the Devil's Overture. After obtaining the divine fire seed, Lin Xian finally understood what a true god art was. Previously, those who were below the quasi-emperor level had only used some tricks. with the power of the divine fire seed that was a true god art. And now, Lin Xian was using such a god art. The martial arts of the great emperors were already terrifying. At this moment, it was even more terrifying. Between heaven and earth, demonic qi rolled and seemed to have turned into a demonic guqin. It floated in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and gently flicked. With a boom, the devil's overture exploded, and the demonic sound pierced through the 9 heavens. At this moment, the people of the primal chaos race held their heads and screamed. Many people's souls actually cracked at this moment. The primal chaos quasi-emperor was the first to bear the brunt, and his face became extremely ugly. The shield of chaos, endless laws condensed, forming a huge shield in front of him. But it was useless. It was too strong and he was sent flying. The shield of chaos instantly shattered, and there were only 6 cracks on his body. Now it had turned into hundreds of cracks, almost tearing his body into pieces. The others felt their scalps go numb. They were also affected and fled. Lin Wudi's strength was really too strong. The primal chaos quasi-emperor's face was also ugly. A seed of immortal qi appeared between his brows. The primal chaos aura on it quickly healed his injuries, but he still couldn't help but vomit blood. How is this possible? You have cultivated this power to such a high level. He realized that although the other party was thousands of years younger than him, the power of the divine flame seed that the other party cultivated surpassed his. Now he was no longer a match for the other party, not to mention that the other party had not even used an extreme weapon. Damn it, run. The primal chaos quasi-emperor no longer had the will to fight. He just wanted to escape. This thought was so laughable before. He would never have thought that he would be afraid of a small ant. But now he couldn't beat the other party at all. Everyone run. With this order, the people of the primal chaos race went crazy, just as they were in a daze. The primal chaos quasi-emperor tore open the void with both hands and fled into the distance. Lin Xian sneered. With the ancient demonic guqin in his hand, he kept playing the devil's overture. 10,000 miles of pursuit. As the song was played, the devil's overture turned into the most terrifying killing sword, killing in all directions. In the blink of an eye, thousands of primal chaos race experts died. When the primal chaos quasi-emperor saw this scene, his eyes were bleeding. Damn it! With a wave of his hand, he led the others away quickly. The divine flame seed also appeared between his eyebrows. This is too much. He kept running, leaving behind a sky full of primal chaos blood. Was he defeated? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Heaven and earth were extremely quiet. That was the primal chaos quasi-emperor. When he appeared back then, he was an existence that swept across the heavens. Even now, there were not many people who could contend against him. But now he was defeated by Lin Xian, and it was a complete and utter defeat. Countless experts of the primal chaos race died. The people of the clan of the ancients were in despair. Who could compete with Lin Xian now? Even the great emperor clans were no match for him. Perhaps only the people of the forbidden lands of life could compete with him. At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian with admiration. The people of the Divine Union were extremely excited. This was great. Boss Lin's strength was really too strong. He was definitely not weaker than a boundary emperor now. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He could only unleash the true power of the divine flame seed after becoming a quadruple crown king. Was this the true superpower? It was indeed much stronger than the previous nomological laws. At this moment, an extremely terrifying sound suddenly erupted from behind. The entire ancient city shook. What happened? Everyone turned their heads and saw 5 extreme weapons colliding in an instant. The terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Run! The experts who were originally loitering outside, ready to take advantage of the situation, fled. In an instant they fled. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He waved his hand and led the people of the Divine Union away quickly. Chapter 5606. The toad jumped in fright. Damn, are these emperor races crazy? What are they fighting for? Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed like the emperor races were really anxious. They probably wanted to create a quasi-emperor as soon as possible. There was no need for him to fight with these people. He was prepared to leave and take these people to other places to find opportunities. After all, the deity ground was huge. Next, Lin Xian and the others from the Divine Union went to other places. In the dilapidated ancient city, the battle between the extreme Dao realms did not end. Instead, it became more and more terrifying. It seemed that the great imperial clans were truly enraged. In the end, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The endless void was filled with cracks. This was the deity ground. This world was incomparably sturdy. If they were on planet Songdi, the world would have been shattered. Even so, it still caused countless people to be terrified. The emperor races fought for it while the others changed places to search for opportunities. At the same time, more and more people from the original myriad worlds were preparing to enter the deity ground. However, the pressure on the deity ground was really too strong. Ordinary sages could not withstand it. After entering, they would be instantly crushed into pieces by the pressure. They could only receive some of the energy at the edge of the deity ground and cultivate. Originally, it was peaceful. However, gradually they realized that this was not the case. The deity ground was originally suspended above the 9 heavens. However, it was getting closer and closer. Everyone realized that the deity ground was constantly descending. According to this situation, it was very likely that it would eventually overlap with the myriad worlds. In other words, their original world would be crushed by the deity ground and turned into pieces. It would no longer exist. Although there was still a certain distance, the deity ground would truly descend sooner or later if it continued to descend at this rate. At that time, the myriad worlds would no longer exist. This was not good news because not all living beings could withstand the pressure of the deity ground. Most living beings could not withstand it at all. Now that there was a distance, it was still okay. Even if they could not enter, they would still be safe. Once the deity ground really descended, no one would be able to escape. Everyone would be crushed into pieces. In an instant, those people went crazy. Some people cultivated like crazy, wanting to increase their strength at the last moment to avoid being crushed. True spirit world, Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. When the celestial ground appeared, the people of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty all raised their heads and stared at the sky. At the same time, some ancient experts who were in deep slumber were revived. For example, the few people from the mystic realm walked out and knelt down in excitement. This era had arrived once again. The geniuses and disciples of the various immortal foundation powers were all stunned. Ecstasy. Soon, they learned from these living fossils that the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty had encountered the descent of the celestial ground during its heyday. Back then, the overlord of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty had planned to lead the entire Yuhua Immortal Dynasty to ascend together. Obviously, he wanted to obtain something from the deity ground, but failed in the end. The Yuhua Celestial Dynasty was destroyed. This time, after countless years, the celestial land had descended once again. However, the ancestor did not appear again. Would their Yuhua Immortal Dynasty still be able to seize this opportunity? There were some quasi-emperor corpses and fragments in the secret realm. Perhaps they could still come out. Several Immortal Foundation Pavilion Masters spoke in a deep voice. However, the living fossils that had awakened shook their heads. Quasi-emperors were nothing in front of the celestial ground. If they wanted to continue their ascension, they could only resurrect the venerable emperor. Ancestor, what are you guys thinking? Those powerhouses were shocked. A cold light burst out from the eyes of the ancestor. We have an idea to resurrect the venerable emperor. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The resurrected venerable emperor was too shocking. Moreover, he had been dead for tens of thousands of years. How could he be resurrected? The venerable emperor had left behind some methods back then, in order to wait for the celestial land to descend once again. It's just that too many years have passed, so you guys don't know about it. However, we know some things. We can use the methods left behind by the Venerable Emperor back then to resurrect him. The people of the various immortal foundation powers became excited. They were all the people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. If the Venerable Emperor was resurrected, he might be able to bring them along with him to ascend in this era, achieving the wish of the past. Everyone was excited. We will follow the orders of the ancestor without any complaints. A cold light burst out from the eyes of the ancestor. They began to take action. At the same time, in the depths of the universe, there was an ancient planet. That place was desolate and lifeless. This planet was also very famous back then, but later on it declined. At this moment, some figures stood on this planet. These figures had prominent horns and powerful auras. Their bloodlines were even more terrifying. Even on planet Tibetan, such people were powerhouses that could sweep through a region. But now they could only stay here. There was no choice. They were beaten out. They were people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Back then, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty fought with Lin Xian on planet Tibetan. After being defeated by Lin Xian, they left the buried Emperor Star, because in that battle, their losses were too heavy. All the top experts had fallen, leaving only some weak and seriously injured people. These people quickly fled and came to this dilapidated planet. Originally, they planned to rest and recuperate. After tens of thousands of years, they would return. But now it was different. They saw hope. The celestial land had descended. It was an existence with great opportunities and great luck. If they could obtain the fortune inside, they could rise again. Of course, they were a group of dragons without a leader. If they went to fight with Lin Xian now, they would be courting death. They went to a place. The origin of this dilapidated planet was mysterious. This was also the reason why they came here. It was said that the wife of the Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Queen, lived here. Moreover, there was an ancient legend in the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. That was that the Dragon Queen was not dead. In the end, she was sealed by the Dragon Emperor. Logically speaking, she should be in a deep sleep like the Dragon Prince. Therefore, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty placed all their hopes on this legend. If the Dragon Queen came out, they would still have hope. When the celestial land descended, the power on it swept in all directions. It also reached this planet. They absorbed this power and sent it into the protective array formation on this planet. The array formation flashed and finally opened an underground palace. There were countless god crystals in the underground palace. At this moment, most of them had disappeared. However, in the deepest part, there was a woman sealed in ice. That woman was wearing a laurel crown and a Taoist robe. Her eyes were closed, but she still gave off a supreme majesty and coldness. She was like a saintess of the 9 heavens, the Dragon Queen. This was really when the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty saw this. They shouted excitedly. They knelt on the ground. Dragon Queen, please wake up and take revenge for us. The power of the celestial soil poured down, and the frozen woman slowly opened her eyes. Am I awake? Her eyes were a little blank. She looked at the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty in front of her and said, "Which generation are you? What age is this?" Chapter 5607. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court recounted everything that had happened. When she heard that the Dragon Prince had been killed, the Dragon Queen was finally enraged. She let out a mournful cry. The entire planet instantly shattered, and the surrounding universe turned into a land of death. Endless cracks were everywhere. Lin Wudi, how dare he kill my son? I'll make him suffer. The Dragon Queen floated in the void. Divine crystals surrounded her. At this moment, she had turned into a demoness. The murderous aura on her body was too shocking. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Someone said that the Dragon Queen had to plan carefully. Lin Wudi's current strength was very strong. He was above the Emperor's son, and the divine union that he had established was not weaker than the Emperor's. It was really too difficult to kill him. You bunch of trash, you boost the morale of others and destroy your own. The moment the Dragon Queen appeared, her might covered the world. His eyes gradually turned cold. Back in the day, our 10,000 dragon dynasty was so powerful that it dominated the ancient times. Even the 10,000 worlds submitted to us. How did it fall to such a state? The people of the 10,000 dragon court were so frightened that they did not dare to speak. It was not that they were weak, but that the enemy was too strong. That was Lin Wudi. He had swept through everything and was invincible among the young people. Even a tomb keeper like Long Mu had been killed by the other party. Such a person was the young emperor of the past, the existence that would stand at the peak of the universe in the future. They really could not resist. Needless to say, I have to take revenge. Now that the deity ground has descended, I've waited for the best opportunity. I want to summon the 7 dragon generals. I want the 10,000 dragon court to reappear in the world, and it will reach its peak. The Dragon Queen's aura became more and more terrifying. She formed a seal with her palms, and endless ancient dragon Tao characters in the sky swept across the 9 heavens. These great Tao runes disappeared into the vast universe. On planet Tibetan, the Dragon Emperor's tomb had long been sealed, and it became even more mysterious. However, at this moment, the great Tao runes in the tomb flickered and disappeared. In the deepest part of the tomb, the 7th Dragon General, who had been turned into a statue, suddenly opened his eyes. He roared at the sky, and endless power erupted from his body. At this moment, it was as if he had really come back to life. The Dragon Queen is summoning me. He rushed into the sky, tore open the tomb, and disappeared. On the shattered planet, everyone was waiting. Could the 7 dragon generals really be summoned? Wasn't it an existence that had died many years ago? However, at this time, they discovered that in the dark universe, a stream of light was streaking across. A figure appeared. He was tall and mighty. He was like a god of war. His appearance made everyone want to kneel down and worship him. This was the aura of a quasi-emperor. After the figure arrived, he immediately knelt down on one knee. The 7th Dragon General greeted the Dragon Empress and congratulated her on her awakening. It's him, 7th Dragon General. When the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty saw this scene, they cried out in shock. They had seen him in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. Didn't he become a puppet statue? Now he had actually come back to life. The Dragon Queen's methods were too shocking. The Dragon Queen looked at him and nodded. She smiled and said, "Long time no see." However, after waiting for a while, he frowned. "Why is it only you? Where are the other 6? The 7th Dragon General said, reporting to the Dragon Empress. "After I woke up, I was the only one left in the tomb. The other 6 disappeared." After hearing this, the Dragon Queen frowned, but she soon smiled. It seemed that Brother Tian was behind this. After hearing this, the people around were also shocked. To be called Brother Tian by the Dragon Queen. Only their ancestor, the Dragon Emperor Long Xiaotian. The Dragon Queen was excited. She rose into the air and said, "Let's go! Follow me to Brother Tian's ancient tomb." The 7th Dragon General said. General Emo led the way. He rose into the air and led the way in front. The group followed. Soon they arrived at the Tsangdi Star and went directly to the ancient tomb. With a wave of the Dragon Queen's hand, the ancient tomb split open and the group went in. This time, the group was not blocked at all. Those puppet mechanisms and formations seemed to have all failed in front of the Dragon Queen. Soon, they arrived at the place where the 7th Dragon General was sleeping. Once again, the group saw 6 open passages that directly connected to the depths of the ancient tomb. The Dragon Queen also frowned. The ancient tomb had been broken through by someone. Who was it? Who had such methods? His figure flashed and rushed in. The people around him followed. In the next moment, they saw an ancient coffin in front of them. The aura emitted by the ancient coffin was really terrifying. This was the ancient coffin that buried the Dragon Emperor. Everyone knelt down. The seventh Dragon General also knelt on the ground. His expression was incomparably sincere. Only the Dragon Queen walked forward. Although she was still frozen in the divine crystal, her magic power was still there. The Dragon Queen was also a quasi-emperor. With a wave of her hand, a monstrous power swept out. Immortal technique, Dragon Spirit Hand. In front of her, endless power condensed into a dragon claw that grabbed forward. The aura on the palm was really terrifying. It stunned the people of the 1,000 Dragon Court. They were all using the law of the dragon, but the Dragon Queen's execution had completely surpassed theirs. Moreover, the other party was shouting an immortal technique. What kind of power was this? This palm directly opened the Dragon Emperor Ancient Pass. The Dragon Queen looked over impatiently. Soon her pupils shrank. There was indeed no one. When the others heard this, they were also stunned. What did this mean? The Dragon Emperor was not in the Dragon Emperor Ancient Coffin? Who took the Dragon Emperor's body away? However, at the same time they had another thought, which was that the Dragon Emperor was not dead. The Dragon Queen used the Dragon Spirit Hand again and grabbed a battle robe from inside. She narrowed her eyes and said, cenotaph, "Brother Tian, are you still alive?" The people of the 1,000 Dragon Court were excited. If their Dragon Emperor was still alive, then they had hope of rising up. Once the Dragon Emperor was out, who could fight against him? Across the universe, even the great Emperor families would have to kneel in front of them. Lin Wudi could not withstand a single blow. Revenge. They had hope of revenge. However, they were also puzzled. If the Dragon Emperor was not dead, then where had he been all these years? He had never appeared. He did not even appear when the Dragon Emperor died. What was the reason? The Dragon Queen said, "Even if Brother Tian is alive, he will not be in the universe, because there was no power here that could help him improve. He must have gone to the Deity Land and was in the depths of it. We are also preparing to go to the Deity Land to follow Brother Long. Of course, there was also one more thing, which was to kill Lin Wudi and avenge her son. Revenge. Could they finally take revenge? The people of the dragon race were excited. Soon they set off for the Deity Land. At this moment, the battle in the Deity Land was abnormally intense. The battle between the great emperor families was also coming to an end. They did not have any extra power to use their supreme Tao weapons. However, the results of the battle were shocking, because someone from the great emperor families had finally become a boundary emperor. Chapter 56:08. Elder Gu Shao of the Gu family. Originally, he was a peak divine ancestor. His strength and laws were extremely strong. It was just that he did not have a chance to break through. However, the descent of the celestial ground this time around allowed him to take a step into the realm of saints. Coupled with the battle of the ancient city this time around, he obtained an opportunity and finally broke through to become a boundary emperor. The people of the Gu family were so excited that they cried. This was great. They finally had a boundary emperor. After Gu Shao became a boundary emperor, his strength increased tremendously. A void seed formed in his glabella. The power of the void in it was way too terrifying. Was this the power of a boundary emperor? It was completely different from that of a saint. Elder Gu Shao was so excited that his body started trembling. This void seed had caused his strength and laws to undergo earth-shattering changes. There was a mysterious aura forming around him. Boom! He formed hand seals and slapped out a void palm, sending all of the people of the Qilin race flying. The people of the Qilin race spat out mouthfuls of blood. Damn it! How could he be so strong? The other boundary emperor was from the Kuin Peng race. Kuin Su. This was a middle-aged woman. Her white hair danced in the wind, and she looked exceptionally terrifying. At this moment, a pair of black and white wings appeared behind her back. The aura of yin and yang gathered continuously. It formed a yin and yang seed in his glabella. With a roar, it was as though she had turned into a yin and yang god, possessing the power to split the world. The people of the Yi family were forced back as well, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Not good. Hurry up and leave. The Yi family head led Yi Wu Dao and the others away. The other emperor races also retreated one after another. Now that two boundary emperors had appeared in the emperor races, they were invincible. Indeed, the might of a boundary emperor coupled with an extreme weapon was way too strong. In an instant, this news spread out and shocked the world. Were there finally boundary emperors in the emperor races? After hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. According to the news, these two people had just become boundary emperors. With the emperor weapons in their hands, their strength was unparalleled. The emperor races were truly not to be underestimated. Even though they were lagging behind for a short period of time, once they had such a huge opportunity, they would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Right now, the emperor races were still the overlords. That was indeed the case. The rise of Lin Xian, the appearance of the Violet Palace, and the Forbidden Lands had caused the Grand Emperor clans to lose their position as overlords. They had even been challenged by the Man in Jade. After that, the Celestial Land descended. Everyone broke through one after another. The clans of the ancients didn't seem to care about the monarch clans anymore. They felt that everyone was like a dragon. They all had the opportunity to break through and stand above everything else. However, reality proved that the Emperor clan was still that Emperor clan. Before these opportunities and luck, the Emperor clan's people were too strong. They seized the opportunity and soared into the heavens. Right now, the two sovereign races and the two quasi-emperors had secured their position as overlords once again. Moreover, Lin Xian believed that there would be more people from the Emperor clan who would become quasi-emperors. There might even be more and more of them. This was the foundation of a great Emperor clan. However, he also knew that this process was extremely dangerous. There would definitely be countless experts who would fall. It was even possible that the Crown Prince would fall again. That was indeed the case. Although this battle had created two quasi-emperors, many experts and geniuses had also fallen. It made the hearts of those Emperor clan people bleed. On this day, Gu Shao and Kuin Su joined forces to gather the other Emperor clans. Even the Divine Union was summoned to gather together to discuss something. What was it? The Toad frowned. Could it be that these two Emperor clans want to join forces to kill us? Lin Xian said, "It shouldn't be. The other Emperor clans will probably go as well. I think there should be something." Lin Xian led his people over. His Emperor clans also gathered. Although they were suppressed now, they still had the confidence. After all, they still had an extreme weapon. There were two figures standing in front of him, looking like two gods. One of them was standing there. The void power on one of them was extremely terrifying. It was as if he had merged with the entire world. It was Gu Shao Quasi-Emperor. The other was a woman. Yin and yang aura circulated around her body, as if it was splitting the world apart. This was Kuin Su Quasi-Emperor. The appearance of the two quasi-emperors made everyone feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. They were very strong. The strength of these two people was not weaker than the Chaos Quasi-Emperor, and the two of them had just broken through. In the future, it was very likely that they would reach the level of the Golden Crow Old Ancestor. Lin Xian was probably the only one present who could comment in such a calm manner. The others were as if they were facing a great enemy. "May I know why you have called us here?" The old phoenix said in a deep voice. The other emperor clans were also nervous. Gu Shao Quasi-Emperor said, "You should know how tragic the previous battle was. Even though I have become a quasi-emperor, the Gu clan has lost many experts." Qilin snorted coldly. "Are you here for revenge now?" The others were as if they were facing a great enemy. They even displayed the power of their extreme weapons. Elder Kuan Su said, "In the battle of the Great Tao, it is very normal to die. Moreover, there are deaths in all clans. We are not here for revenge. We feel that this kind of competition is too harmful to us. So we thought of a way." "What way?" The Yi clan's patriarch also frowned. Could it be that he wanted them to withdraw? Gu Shao said again, "Our emperor clans have a foundation and extreme weapons. Once they collided, the power would be shocking. The consequences would be difficult to control. Moreover, the immortal land is so vast. Why should we only fight for a city or a mountain? Each of our emperor clans can choose a direction. This way, not only would he be able to search for fortuitous encounters, but he would also be able to avoid having to rely on them in advance. Why not?" Once these words were said, the surrounding people raised their eyebrows. This was indeed a way. Because of the previous battle, their hearts were also bleeding. "I agree." The people of the Qilin clan nodded. The Yi clan, Phoenix clan, and others also agreed. "Lin Gongzi, what do you think?" Quasi-Emperor Kuan Su looked at Lin Xian and asked. This scene shocked countless people. One must know that this was a quasi-emperor. Lin Xian was just a young man. Moreover, he was only a divine ancestor. Now he was asking for his opinion. However, everyone also heard that the primal chaos quasi-emperor came to fight with Lin Xian. In the end, he was seriously injured by Lin Xian and fled. This time, Lin Xian did not seem to have used any extreme-grade weapon, nor did he use any poison. Instead, he defeated a quasi-emperor with his own strength. Although this battle strength was not that of a quasi-emperor, it was not weaker than a quasi-emperor. Therefore, even if the two emperor clans had broken through one after another, they still attached great importance to Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "I have no objection." This was also good news for him. "All right, since this is the case, let's start to choose a direction. I choose the north. I like the south. I choose the southeast." One after another, voices sounded. Lin Xian also chose a direction. He chose the east. "That's good." Elder Gu Shao stood up and said, "Everyone, let's go our separate ways." The figures of the Gu clan swayed, using the power of the void, and disappeared. They were heading north. The Yi clan, Phoenix clan, Qilin clan, and Kuan Peng clan also left one after another. Chapter 5609. The people from the Emperor race had left, leaving only the Divine Union. Lin Xian looked at the people from the Mountain Alliance and said, "Next, we will head to the east." However, there was still a vast area in this direction. Everyone could move freely. Everyone had their own opportunities. Lin Xian could not let these people stay by his side forever. He also could not bring so many people with him. He had his own opportunities, and so did the others. If they wanted to improve, they would have to face danger. This was unavoidable. The others knew this too. They took a deep breath. Lin Xian said, "When you are outside, remember that you are from the Divine Union. Do not bully others. Of course, if you are bullied, you do not have to bear with it. The men of the Divine Union should sweep through everything and fight with passion." Did you hear that? Lin Xian shouted coldly. The people from the Divine Union raised their arms and cheered. "We will not embarrass the Divine Union." "Very good." Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, "Ruzalong, pass the things to everyone." Everyone was puzzled. Countless tokens appeared in the sky. What was this? Everyone was curious. Lin Xian said, "This is the new Divine Union token that I asked Ruzalong to make for everyone. Everyone will have one. Carry it with you. When you are outside, this is a symbol of your identity. It also has an important function. I told Ruffian Long to set up a teleportation formation on each of the command medallions. Once his life was in danger and he could no longer defend himself, he would crush the token. The transportation array inside will send you to the Divine Union headquarters. It can also save your lives." Hearing this, the people from the Divine Union were delighted. "Really?" That's great. Thank you, Boss Lin. Thank you, Boss Rizalong. They were very happy. This was equivalent to having an extra life. They could leave safely in times of danger. Next, these people took their tokens and flew into the sky. Only the Crimson Dragon and the others were left beside Lin Xian. The Crimson Dragon asked, "Kid, what do you plan to do?" Lin Xian said, "Let's split up. We'll gather again in 3 months and see what we've gained. Also, if you encounter something similar to a forbidden ancient city, don't go there rashly if there is danger. We can note down the location first, and when the time comes, we can go and crack it together." The Crimson Dragon and the others nodded and left. Lin Xian took a deep breath and soared into the air as well. With a stomp of its foot, it turned into a streak of light and flew into the distance. Let me see what's so special about this celestial ground. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. Furthermore, he already had the battle strength of a quasi-emperor. Therefore, he wanted to fly inside. After flying for about 10 days, Lin Xian stopped. The heaven and earth pressure here was already very terrifying. If he were to continue forward, it would be difficult for him to bear the pressure. Lin Xian decided to search this area for the time being. 2 days later, Lin Xian saw a valley up ahead. The entrance of the valley was very big, and the inside was even more spacious. There was also a mysterious power inside. There was a stone tablet next to the valley. It seemed to have stood there for thousands of years without falling, with dragons flying and phoenixes dancing on it. The Heavenly Sound Valley. This valley is extraordinary. Let's go in and take a look. There was no one around, and there were no living creatures. It was extremely quiet. Lin Xian walked in. The moment he entered the Heavenly Sound Valley, Lin Xian's body trembled and his soul shook. Because it was extremely quiet outside, but there was an extremely terrifying sound in the Heavenly Sound Valley. As soon as he entered, Lin Xian heard the sound of drums. The sound of the drums was like a sudden clap of thunder, startling Lin Xian. It was so terrifying. No wonder it was called the Heavenly Sound Valley. There was a mysterious sound in here. Lin Xian activated his Rinnegan and looked around. He didn't see any big drums here, but he could hear the sound of the drums. It wasn't over yet. Lin Xian exerted the power of the law and walked inside to resist the sound. But about 100 meters later, the sound suddenly became sharp, like the sound of a flute tearing through the sky. The attack power of this sound was very strong, causing the laws around Lin Xian to shake nonstop. Lin Xian snorted and activated his Rinnegan. The light of the Rinnegan formed a huge defense, shrouding him. The Heavenly Sound Valley was extraordinary. It could temper the soul. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure on his soul. But if he could resist it, his soul would be improved to an incredible level. There were not many things that could pressure Lin Xian's soul. He didn't expect the Heavenly Sound Valley to be so mysterious. This was just a valley in the deity ground. What kind of mysterious existence was there in the depths? Lin Xian was looking forward to it. He continued to move forward. The next day, Lin Xian heard the sound of various musical instruments. It was like the sound of the great Tao resounding through the sky. Lin Xian didn't even know where the sound came from or who made it. Or was this terrain formed naturally? In short, it was very strange. The next day, Lin Xian was already very far into the valley, but he stopped. It was not to rest, but because there was finally a change in front. In front of him, the law of heaven and earth condensed into a guqin. The guqin floated in the air. When Lin Xian approached, the guqin began to play. A sound like a sharp sword directly tore through the void. It slashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared and slapped out the demon god seal. A huge seal like an ancient mountain stood in front of him and collided with the sound of the other party. It made an earth-shattering sound. Lin Xian stopped and frowned. The power of the guqin was extraordinary. It was interesting that he was able to threaten him. The strings on the guqin in front of him vibrated violently, turning into musical notes one after another, floating between heaven and earth. and those musical notes turned into demonic beasts one after another. These were sound-type demonic beasts. They were extremely terrifying and had a strangling power. They directly attacked Lin Xian's soul. Heavenly path of reincarnation. Hand of heaven. Lin Xian used Rinnegan. Suddenly, a huge hand of God appeared in the sky and mercilessly fell, shattering all these sound-type demonic beasts. And after those sound-type demonic beasts were shattered, they quickly combined and condensed, forming even bigger demonic beasts. It was as if they were immortal and indestructible. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The path of reincarnation shook the 9 underworlds. The ground cracked as if forming a 9 underworlds. And the power of reincarnation turned these sound-type demonic beasts. They were all suppressed in the 9 underworlds. Just like that, Lin Xian fought. A day later, Lin Xian split the Guqin in half. The Guqin shattered and turned into a great Tao that flew toward Lin Xian. It contained an extremely strong soul aura, which was of great help to the improvement of the soul. Lin Xian did not hesitate. He used Rinnegan and swallowed this power. Rinnegan bloomed with an even colder light, and its power was even more terrifying than before. Lin Xian felt that his soul might be the first to reach the 5 Crown Kings cultivation. Chapter 56:10. Next, Lin Xian continued on his way. The sound of the great Tao ahead was getting more and more terrifying. Other than the Guqin, there were also guzheng, flute, and other musical instruments. The sound above even pierced through the clouds and went straight to the soul. All kinds of heavenly sound demonic beasts covered the sky and covered the earth. Lin Xian continued to move forward, sweeping in all directions and fighting with them. Finally, after 3 days, he stopped again. There was a huge bell in front of him. It was very tall, standing there like an immemorial mountain. The great Tao of sound carried by it was too terrifying. There was no need to release it at all. One could feel the terrifying aura it carried. This time, even Lin Xian took a deep breath. The road was blocked. He could either continue to move forward or turn around and leave. With Lin Xian's temper, it was impossible for him to leave just like that. Therefore, he directly charged over. He took the initiative to attack. His Rinnegan turned into a ray of reincarnation light with a bright radiance. It was like a divine sword that slashed down. With a clang, the sword slashed on the ancient bell. The bell shook violently. A monstrous sound swept out, and the surrounding sky and earth cracked. The entire valley seemed to be on the verge of shattering. It was as if nothing could survive under the sound. Lin Xian naturally felt the huge impact. He roared angrily, and the 9-yang divine body bloomed with radiance. At the same time, he punched in all directions. 9 suns opened the sky. With a sword, even the entire world was split open. Those sounds couldn't get close under the sword chi. Lin Xian quickly rushed over. He arrived in front of the ancient bell and punched it. With a clang, his fist shook. Lin Xian's body also shook violently. The bell erupted even more violently, and an even more terrifying sound erupted. It swept out. Lin Xian's Rinnegan bloomed with terrifying radiance. 6 paths of reincarnation. The phantoms of 6 worlds shrouded him to resist the murderous sound. With a punch, Lin Xian punched again. The demon god seal erupted and fiercely blasted on it. Following that, all kinds of monarch secret arts emerged one after another. Lin Xian was also fiercely impacted. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. One could imagine how terrifying the power of the bell was. However, after tens of thousands of attacks, the heavenly tone bell finally shattered. A crack spread out, and then it shattered into pieces, scattering all over the ground. Lin Xian's face was pale, but his Rinnegan was getting brighter and brighter. Boundless power flew out from those broken fragments. It poured into his Rinnegan. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and quickly absorbed the energy. He felt that his Rinnegan was going to improve. 10 days later, he opened his eyes with a smile on his face. His Rinnegan was much more powerful than before. Even if he cast the illusion of reincarnation, he could now cast it twice. Previously, it could only use it once before it closed its eyes and cried. But now he could use it twice, which was an earth-shattering change compared to before. Lin Xian calculated that his soul was equivalent to the level of the 5-crowned king, Quasi-Emperor. The heavenly sound valley was really magical. Lin Xian stood up and looked into the distance. The power in front was even more terrifying. He didn't know what was at the end. At this moment, there was a laugh. The little guy was quite strong. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian's hair stood on end, and his pupils shrank. Who was it? The Rinnegan bloomed, turned into the light of reincarnation, and pierced in all directions. However, Lin Xian didn't find anyone at all. He frowned tightly, and his face became incomparably ugly. Could it be that he was hallucinating because he heard too much of the sound of the great Tao? Lin Xian felt that it was possible. After all, the big bell just now was a headache even for a quasi-emperor. He might not even be able to break it. So it was normal to have a little illusion. He was ready to recover again. However, at this moment, the voice sounded again. It's not an illusion. I'm really praising you. Lin Xian frowned completely this time, and he felt a little creeped out. The voice sounded again, but he couldn't find anyone. This meant that the enemy's strength was far beyond his. Not the 5-crowned king, but the 6-crowned king? He frowned and shouted coldly, "Who are you? Come out and see me." So what if it was the 6-crowned king? Even if he couldn't win, he could protect himself. The voice disappeared again, and it didn't appear again. Pretending to be mysterious, Lin Xian snorted coldly, but his Rinnegan couldn't find the other party at all. He could only pretend. When night fell, the voice sounded again. "Young man, you haven't left yet? Why don't you chat with me for a while?" Lin Xian was completely angry. At this moment, DeLong also said, "In front." Hearing DeLong's words, Lin Xian's demon god wings appeared on his back, and he quickly flew over. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front. The pressure here was even more terrifying. Lin Xian didn't go forward anymore. He asked DeLong, "Where is it?" DeLong said, "It's still in front, but it's already very close. Do you see a tree over there? It's under the tree." Lin Xian, on the other hand, saw that there were countless large monsters circling around the tree. It was extremely terrifying. That tree should be formed by the sound of the great Tao. Lin Xian still walked over. The distance was still close, and he felt that he could deal with it. He wanted to see who was pretending to be mysterious and daring to scare him in the middle of the night. When he got close to the tree, a voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. It was as if a god was shouting angrily. The power of this voice was really too strong. Fortunately, Lin Xian had a breakthrough in his Rinnegan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. When they arrived at the foot of the tree, countless demonic beast phantoms rushed over. The killing sound carried by them could tear everything apart. Lin Xian was angry and summoned the reincarnation sword. A light appeared in his eyes, and the phantom of the reincarnation sword slashed down between heaven and earth. With a bang, these monsters were all turned into ashes. Not only that, but the ancient tree was also split into 2 halves by the sword. The phantom of the reincarnation sword was very terrifying, and it was one of Lin Xian's trump cards. After using it, Lin Xian's face was a little pale, and half of his soul force was consumed. But it was much better than before. He took a deep breath, swallowed a pill to absorb it, and at the same time walked forward to observe. The sound of the great Tao there had long been shattered, and some of it was still under Lin Xian's feet. It made a thunderous sound. Lin Xian looked around. Except for the broken fragments of the great Tao, there was nothing else. He said, "DeLong, there's nothing." DeLong said, Underground, under the ancient tree, there is heaven and earth. Lin Xian was surprised. His Rinnegan didn't notice it. He punched out, and it was like a sun descending, directly hitting a crack in the ground. Then he grabbed the crack with both hands and waved it hard. Open for me. The whole valley shook violently, and a big crack was finally torn open by him. Lin Xian looked down, and in the next moment he took a breath of cold air. Chapter 56:11. From the cracked ground, countless rays of light swept out, illuminating the night. It was as if the god of the sun had descended. Not only that, Lin Xian also saw that there was a pagoda under the crack. The pagoda was simple and strange, emitting a primitive aura, especially the power on it, which was too mysterious. Lin Xian felt that this was not the power of an ordinary great path, but the power of the immortal Qi seed. It surpassed the saint level and was at least at the level of a quasi-emperor. There was even a stronger power because Lin Xian could only feel it roughly. There was such a pagoda under the ground. Why was it here? Did the mysterious voice just now come from the pagoda? I've found you. Don't pretend to be mysterious. Come out. Lin Xian did not go down, but said cautiously. He could feel that the power below was really too terrifying. Young man, you're really strong to be able to find this place. To be honest, there were many people who entered the Heavenly Sound Valley, but very few could come here. You are the only one who is able to discover me. You are the only one. Who are you? Speaking of my name, I'm very famous. Boy, you're too lucky. There's a great fortune waiting for you. The old voice sounded. Lin Xian frowned. I know you're a liar. If you don't tell me, I'll leave. Don't go. The old voice was a little anxious. He chuckled. Boy, have you heard of the Raging Fire Ancestor? The Raging Fire Ancestor shook his head. He had heard of the Golden Crow Ancestor, but not the Raging Fire Ancestor. You don't know? How many years have passed? Does no one remember me? Then you should know about the Raging Fire Tribe, right? I don't know. Lin Xian shook his head. This time his aged voice was completely stunned, and he even started to roar. You don't know? That's impossible. Which valley did you come from? How could you not know about the Raging Fire Tribe? Lin Xian smiled as well. Are you guys very famous? Why should I know? The old voice was stunned for a long time, then he laughed. Interesting, really interesting. Kid, you're not from the Celestial Land, are you? You must be someone from the outside universe. I didn't expect you to be able to come in. This time, the Celestial Land had come again. Lin Xian's brows furrowed tightly when he heard this. He understood what was going on. Although he had never heard of the Raging Fire Ancestor from their conversation, he knew that the Raging Fire Ancestor should be an indigenous expert of the deity ground. It seemed that other than the Nirvana realm, there were other powerful beings in the deity ground. Of course, this could be a powerhouse from the Nirvana realm. After all, Lin Xian had seen half a frog being suppressed before. Could this be another peerless expert suppressed by a great emperor? Kid, aren't you shocked at all when I tell you where you came from? The old voice asked. Lin Xian did not answer. Instead, he asked, Are you from Higan? You know about Higan? This time, the old voice was even more shocked. One had to know that the otherworld, Heavenly King, was extremely terrifying. It was impossible for the people in the small universe to know about it. However, the person in front of him didn't know that they had chosen Lai Hua, but he knew about Higan. Who are you? The old voice also had a hint of shock. Lin Xian lied. He said, I'm from the Purple Mansion. You should have heard of me. The old voice was surprised. So that's how it is. How should I address you? I'm not from Higan, but I've heard that there are some sects and forces in the small universe. They are in charge of gathering information and waiting to be welcomed. Hearing that the other party was not from Higan, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This way, he was not an enemy. If he met someone else, even if Lin Xian couldn't kill them, he would add 2 more seals. He would completely suppress the other party. The old voice said, Can the Purple Mansion's young master help me break the seal and let me out. I'll give you a great opportunity. What opportunity? Lin Xian asked. He also wanted to see what the indigenous people in the deity ground had. The old voice said, I won't give you any immortal techniques. If you can go to Higgin, the immortal techniques you learn will be stronger. I'll give you some resources and insights. Immortal techniques? Lin Xian frowned. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Was it a stronger martial technique? He kept silent and didn't reply. Instead, he asked DeLong. DeLong said, Immortal techniques are for people who cultivate the celestial path. They are formed by combining their strength. This was the name of the martial techniques practiced by those above Quasi-Emperor. Actually, there is another name that you are more familiar with, which is God arts. When he heard this, Lin Xian nodded. That was indeed the case. Gods, saints, and kings all cultivated God arts. But DeLong said, no, saints didn't cultivate true God arts. Only those above Quasi-Emperor could be called God arts. However, this saying was passed down. Then there were fewer and fewer Quasi-Emperors, which was why saints started to call them God arts. To be honest, they couldn't be considered true God arts. Immortal techniques and God arts were for people who had immortal energy seeds and God flame seeds. Only those powers could display the true strength of immortal techniques and God arts. Lin Xian asked again, do the people in the celestial ground all cultivate immortal techniques? Most of them do, but there are also God arts. It's just that there are fewer true God arts. Kid, you don't have to worry about the number of God arts because the God arts in some great emperors are true peerless God arts. After you have the God flame seed, you should be able to sense it. Lin Xian nodded. That was indeed the case. After he had the God flame seed, the demon emperor God arts that he cultivated were many times more powerful than before. However, Lin Xian asked again, since the Golden Crow ancestor and the others cultivated immortal energy seeds, what they used should be called immortal techniques. However, this time DeLong shook his head. No, they also cultivated God arts, not immortal techniques. This time Lin Xian was puzzled. What's going on? Don't they match? DeLong said, the reason was very complicated. It was related to the peerless battle countless years ago. I can't explain it to you in a short time. In short, I'll tell you that some of the cultivation techniques passed down in the universe are God arts. As for the current boundary emperors, except for the few you are familiar with, the rest are all immortal energy seeds. Therefore, their cultivation techniques and powers don't match very well. Wanting to become a great emperor is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Xian was surprised after hearing that. It seemed that there were a lot of secrets. Fortunately, he cultivated a theurgy, and what he condensed was a divine flame seed. However, he was still puzzled. Didn't you say that the paths are different, but the great Tao is the same? There shouldn't be any difference between these two powers. At this point, DeLong gritted his teeth. There was no difference before, but it was different with the Permethar realm. Damn, the Permethar realm. They are too despicable. That's why they created the current situation. Therefore, you are compatible with the God Flame and God Arts. Once you are discovered by the Permethar realm, you will be mercilessly hunted down. Chapter 56:12. Lin Xian didn't know much about the Higgin, Heavenly King. He only knew that the Higgin, Heavenly King, was very powerful. The current situation of the deity ground and the universe seemed to be caused by the Higgin, Heavenly King. What happened back then? Lin Xian wanted to ask. At this moment, the old voice sounded again. Kid, what are you thinking? Are you suspecting me? I can swear that I will definitely give you opportunities and won't attack you. DeLong said, Kid, I can save him, but I have to add another condition. Ask him to give you immortal techniques. The great emperors and ancient scriptures left behind by the emperor clans outside are all peerless superpowers. Without immortal techniques, it would be difficult for you to come into contact with them under normal circumstances. The This is an opportunity. Lin Xian was surprised. The Yi family, the Gu family, and the Qilin clan, these great emperors all cultivate peerless superpowers. So they are the same as me. Then where are the great emperors who cultivate immortal techniques? Could they be from the Higan, heavenly king? Lin Xian was just guessing. He came back to his senses and said, "It's not impossible to save you, but it will take a lot of effort. The conditions you mentioned are not enough. Although I have the Higan Heavenly King behind me, and I have countless immortal techniques, I have also heard of the immortal techniques of the Blazing Fire Clan. I'm a little interested. Give me your immortal techniques, and I can consider saving you." Hearing this, the old voice was stunned. He was a little confused. However, he had been trapped here for too long, so he was eager to get out. He didn't care about this little doubt. He said, Okay, I will teach you my best immortal technique." Lin Xian said, "Teach it first, then swear that I will save you." "No problem." The old voice was excited. He taught one of his peerless immortal techniques to the other party. Immortal technique, unparalleled Blazing Sunday. After Lin Xian received it, he was also very surprised. It was indeed different from superpowers. However, he could also cultivate it. Even if he cultivated it to greater success, his power would not be as strong as the other party. For example, these quasi-emperors, the Golden Crow ancestor and the Chaos quasi-emperor, they had condensed immortal chi seeds, but they cultivated peerless superpowers. In other words, these two people's superpowers could not be unleashed at all. At most, he could only unleash 70% of his power. Of course, this was something that Lin Xian did not know before. Even the quasi-emperors did not know. Probably not many people in the universe knew about it. For a long time, this was how everyone had been cultivating. However, things were different now that they were in the deity land. Soon, the gap between them would become apparent. Lin Xian had obtained this immortal technique. With his strength, he could also cultivate it. Firstly, this was equivalent to having an additional trump card. Moreover, Lin Xian was currently trying to condense the immortal chi seed. If he succeeded, then he would possess the divine flame and the immortal chi. Then he would be able to cultivate immortal arts and mystiques. This was what Lin Xian was looking forward to. He wondered what would happen when the time came, because according to his knowledge, even those emperors rarely took this path. Therefore, he wanted to create a path that belonged to him. All right, tell me what you've comprehended. Next, Lin Xian gained some insights. These were all insights of cultivation breakthroughs. This allowed Lin Xian to avoid many detours. As for the cultivation resources, the old voice said, "I don't have them yet. However, my family definitely has them. When I return, I will definitely give them to you." Lin Xian nodded. The other party had already sworn on his Tao heart and soul. He would not go back on his words. He was not afraid. Therefore, he said, "Tell me how I can save you." Actually, it's very simple to save him. Because he was carrying the pagoda, he was accidentally suppressed. He just needed someone to strike the 5 elements law on the 3rd floor of the pagoda. The 5 elements law was the most basic law in the world. It was also the law that most people cultivated. Therefore, the possibility of encountering it was very high. However, this old man was suppressed under the ground. Lin Xian's Rinnegan could not see through him, not to mention others. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find him. Therefore, this old man had been trapped for a long time. Lin Xian struck the 5 elements law on the 3rd floor of the pagoda. This process would last for half a month. Lin Xian formed a clone. While helping the other party, he also watched the other party's comprehension and silently cultivated immortal techniques. The entire valley fell silent again. At the same time, it was extremely lively outside. The people of the Emperor race each chose a direction to advance. They also scattered the powerhouses and geniuses to search for their own opportunities. The few princes took the lead. They swept through all directions. At first, no one was their match. They felt that they could kill their way into the depths of the deity ground. They broke through to the quasi-emperor realm. However, not long after, something unexpected happened. They met other people in the deity ground and soon had a conflict. In the end, all the powerhouses of the emperor race were defeated. Some were even killed. Even the Qilin sun and the Kunping sun were defeated. After the news spread, countless people were shocked. There were actually other martial artists in the deity ground. Moreover, they were extremely terrifying. They were stronger than them. The princes were defeated one after another. Some powerhouses were killed. For a moment, countless people were terrified. They did not even dare to continue forward. The Qilin sun frowned. There were 3 figures in front of him. They were 3 men. They were wearing flaming battle robes. The aura of the flames was extremely terrifying. "You're from the outside universe, right?" The man in the lead said coldly. This man had flaming red hair. There was a mark of fire between his eyebrows. "I've never seen anyone from the outside world in my life. Why don't you kneel down and become my battle servant? Let me study you properly," the red-haired man said with a smile. The other 2 people beside him also laughed. "Young master, it said that the people from the outside world are all ants. Why bother discussing with him? He can kill him with a slap." These people did not take the Fire Qilin seriously at all. The Fire Qilin was instantly furious. Damn it, these people were looking down on him? How dare they slap his face like this? He instantly became cold, and a terrifying killing intent swept out. Previously, the Fire Qilin was defeated by Lin Xian. Indeed, it was very depressed, but it was not embarrassing. Lin Xian could be said to be the number 1 person of the younger generation. He was even the number 1 person below the Boundary Emperor. Not to mention the Fire Qilin. Even the other powerhouses could not defeat Lin Xian. Therefore, it was not embarrassing to be defeated by Lin Xian. However, who were these people in front of him? He did not even know them, but they dared to provoke him. "I think the 3 of you are the ants. Go to hell!" He shouted angrily and threw out a punch. On the fist, there were endless fire lotuses, which turned into the illusion of the Fire Qilin. It roared between heaven and earth. The 3 people opposite him were furious. A tall and thin man snorted coldly. "You're courting death." He also threw out a punch. The 2 collided, and there was a shocking explosion. In the next moment, the tall and thin man took 3 steps back. His blood was boiling. The Qilin sun also took a step back. He was also extremely shocked. The other party could actually block his attack. Chapter 56:13. Good boy, you can actually force me to retreat. It seems that you have an extraordinary background in the small universe. Tell me, are you the strongest person in the small universe? The tall and thin man shouted coldly. Qilin sneered. You think you're qualified to scold me? You're not that strong either. Seeing that the other party's strength was about the same as his, Qilin regained his confidence. The Qilin phantom on his body became even more terrifying. Damn it! How dare you underestimate me? The tall and thin man was angry. However, at this moment, the red-haired man in front of him walked out. He said, "Let me do it. I'm really curious about the people in the small universe." Young master, are you going to make a move? The tall man was surprised. Then he looked forward and said, Boy, you're dead meat. Our young master will make a move. Kneel and wait for your death. The red-haired man walked out and said, Your strength is indeed not bad. If you submit to me, I'll train you well. Cut the crap. Take my fist. Qilin was angry and threw out a punch. This time, a terrifying primordial Qilin appeared on the fist. Qilin arm. This punch shocked the people on the other side. The red-haired man's eyes also burst out with an extremely terrifying light. It seems that you are indeed extraordinary, but you are no match for me at all. Immortal technique, fire palm. He stretched out his palm, and there were extremely terrifying flames surging on his 5 fingers. They turned into a palm and swept out. The power on it was extremely terrifying. It was different from the power in the small universe. Qilin's pupils constricted when he felt it. Is this the power of the deity ground? He raised his head and roared angrily, activating his bloodline to the extreme. There was an earth-shattering roar. In the next moment, he was sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. There were cracks on his Qilin arm. How is that possible? Qilin's son was stunned. How can you be so powerful? I told you you are no match for me. The red-haired man retracted his palm and stood with his hands behind his back. The tall young man next to him smiled and said, "Did you see that? Our young master's immortal technique is not something you people from the small universe can resist. Kneel down obediently." Damn it! Qilin's face turned ugly. He knew that the man in front of him was very mysterious. His methods were incomparably terrifying. He had never heard of that immortal technique before. That power also shocked him. It seemed that the celestial ground was indeed extraordinary. He would have to go back and investigate. He turned around and left. "You want to leave?" The red-haired man sneered. "You can't get away from me." Immortal technique, blazing cage. With a wave of his hand, he formed a seal with his palm. Boundless energy condensed into a cage that sealed off all directions. In his opinion, there was no way the other party could escape. Indeed, the fire Qilin's Qilin arm did not shatter it. "Do you see that? You can't escape at all. Ants, kneel down." The tall man shouted angrily. The red-haired man walked forward. He reached out to grab the Qilin son's head. The Qilin was furious. The divine furnace cauldron rushed out from his body and directly shattered the void. The Inferno immortal technique was instantly shattered. The red-haired man's expression changed as well. He was pushed back by this force. The tall man's face was filled with horror. What kind of power was this? It was too terrifying. They didn't dare to act rashly. They could only watch as the Qilin son drove the furnace away. This was the power of the extreme Tao. Was he from the great Emperor clan? The red-haired man was also shocked. He should be the #1 young person in the small universe. He was only SO. The tall man snorted. If he didn't have an extreme Tao weapon, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. The great Emperor clans in the small universe had long declined. Our deity land was the strongest, not to mention the supreme overlords of the deity land. Even the chosen immortal clan wasn't something they could fight against. The few of them sneered. "Let's go." They had seen the fire Qilin's power and felt that it was only Sozo. It was just that the weapon was more powerful, so they didn't take it to heart at all. The three figures turned into lightning and disappeared. On the other side, the Qilin son's expression was ugly after he left. Damn it, how could he be so powerful? Also, what were immortal techniques? Why did it feel so much stronger and more terrifying than divine powers? The Qilin son went crazy at this moment. Not only him, but Kunping's son Yi Wu Dao and the others were also shocked. They had all encountered different chosen immortal clans. After a huge battle, they were shocked. Heavenly Sound Valley. Lin Xian hadn't met the chosen immortal clan yet, but he met a patriarch of the chosen immortal clan, the Raging Fire Patriarch. At this moment, he was helping the other party break the seal. Lin Xian's clone struck with the power of the 5 elements. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's real body was studying the immortal technique, Unparalleled Sunday. He had to admit that it was indeed a unique technique. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this moment, Lin Xian's clone also stood up. He slowly disappeared. His real body also took a few steps back. He said, "Kid, I'm coming out." A voice sounded, and the pagoda below shook violently. Then a ray of light appeared. It was an old man who roared at the sky and waved his arms. His voice tore through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian also frowned. His eyes shone as he resisted. This guy was even stronger than the Golden Crow Patriarch. He wondered if he had become the 7 crown champion. Lin Xian didn't know much about this. because he realized that the old man's body was actually illusory. Was he just a soul? Patriarch Scorching Sun landed. He said to Lin Xian, "Young master, thank you for saving my life." Lin Xian said, "You're just a soul?" Patriarch Scorching Fireside. "I had no choice. I was trapped for 13,000 years. My power was almost gone inside. I dissolved my body and turned it into power so that my soul could continue to survive. I became in my current state." Lin Xian was even more shocked when he heard that. He had been suppressed for 13,000 years. No matter how strong this old man was, he was only a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor could live for so long, as expected of the deity ground. In the outside universe, only the great emperors could live for so long. Others had no hope at all, unless they were completely sealed and in a deep sleep. However, such a person's lifespan didn't count. Even if they were resurrected, they would only maintain their previous appearance. However, this old man had lived for 13,000 years. "Young master, don't go to the depths of the Heavenly Sound Valley anymore. I accidentally went there before and was suppressed. That place is too terrifying. I can't see through it. I'll give you the resources I promised you in the future. Take this ring. Even if I don't come back in the future, you can take it. The Raging Fire clan needs resources." As he spoke, Patriarch Scorching Fire gave Lin Xian a red ring. The ring was surrounded by multicolored light and raging fire like a sun. It was forged. It was extremely dazzling. Lin Xian took it and nodded. "Okay, young master, we'll meet again. I still have something to do." Patriarch Scorching Sun rose into the air, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. Only endless flames were left. Chapter 56:14. After Raging Fire Ancestor left, Lin Xian continued to cultivate here. He didn't move forward either. He didn't move forward because he could feel that there was a mysterious and terrifying force ahead. She didn't want to be suppressed here. Just like that, Lin Xian stayed in the valley for the time being. About 5 days later, another group of people arrived near the 3 valleys. They were wearing blue robes with sea phantoms floating on them. Judging from their uniform, they should be from the same family and sect. This should be the place. They stopped near the valley. A woman walked out. She had an oval face and big, bright and watery eyes. She looked ahead and her cherry lips curled into a faint smile. "That's right, this is the place. The roar we heard before came from this valley. Let's go in and take a look. Shui Xianzi, I think we should be careful." At this time, a man walked out from behind. He was wearing armor and had an extraordinary aura. His eyes were long and narrow, but his gaze was like a blade. He said, "This valley seems to be called the Heavenly Sound Valley. It contains all kinds of sounds of the great Tao and is extremely terrifying. Before entering, we should guard our souls. Otherwise, we might be injured." So powerful? Shui Yanru was also surprised and said to the people behind her, "Since Mr. Luo said so, we should be careful." As they spoke, they formed seals with their palms, and a teardrop-shaped rune appeared between their eyebrows. Then it turned into a waterfall and surrounded their souls. The group was ready to go forward and investigate. At the same time, another group descended from the sky. The aura of this group was extremely terrifying. They were surrounded by flames and stepped on a sea of fire. Like the god of fire, they were extremely powerful. In an instant, they arrived above the valley. Boom! Boom! The sea of fire spread and swallowed everything. A super powerful force swept everything. Shui Yanru and the others' faces changed. Was there a sneak attack? Boundless seas appeared on these people and fought against them. When the 2 sides collided, Shui Yanru and the others retreated. The people in the sky also lowered their heads. There's someone else? What a beautiful woman! Among the group of people surrounded by the sea of fire, a man's eyes shone with a bloody light. He stared ahead and said with a smile, "Mr. Lifephone, give me some time. Let me make a move. That shouldn't be a problem." There was a red-haired man in front of them. His eyes were cold as he looked down and smiled. The immortals chose the Shueyun clan? What, you like him? That should be Shui Yunru from the Shueyun clan. She was quite famous. He's the chosen immortal, the apple of the Aqua Cloud clan's eye. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down for attacking him? Hee. I, Blood Sword, have never been afraid of anyone. So what if Xian chooses the Water Cloud clan? It's fine as long as you don't stop me. Don't worry, if you want to make a move, go ahead. Lai Feng nodded. Blood Sword laughed when he heard this. He walked forwards and said, Little girl, I like you. Come with me. Hearing this, the people from Xian Xian's Water Cloud race were all furious. Did he not know the difference between life and death? How dare you be rude to my princess? Who are you? Come and accept your death. Angry roars rang out one after another. Blood Sword laughed. He walked out and said, I am the Blazing Blood Sword. Are you not convinced? What? They were from the Blazing Fire clan. The faces of the people from the Water Cloud race changed. Damn it, why did they meet them? Shui Yunru also frowned. Their two clans were in conflict with each other. Although they were not life and death enemies, their relationship was not good. Now that they met here, a battle was unavoidable. This Blood Sword was even more terrifying. It was said that he was not from the Blazing Fire clan. However, he was a guest of the Blazing Fire clan. His sword skills were very high. However, he was vicious and merciless. None of the women who were targeted by him could escape. Shui Yunru's face turned pale. She did not expect to be targeted by this guy. They have a lot of people. Do not fight with them. Let's leave first, Shui Yunru ordered. Although the people from Xian Xian's Water Cloud race were unwilling, they still quickly retreated. You want to leave? Blood Sword sneered. He waved his sword and cut off heaven and earth, directly blocking the other party's path. Leave? Sure, Shui Xianzi, if you stay, I will let your clansmen leave alive. Damn it, this was too much. The people from the Water Cloud race were also furious. A figure walked out. It was also a man with a tall figure. His eyes were biting cold and filled with anger. Blood Sword, don't be too arrogant. Today, I will see what qualifications you have to say such words to our princess. He waved his sleeve, and a monstrous sea swept out. It was like a bottomless abyss, killing its way forward. Blood Sword chuckled. That was true. You don't know the meaning of death. True Blood Sword technique. He sneered and waved his sword. A sword energy covered the sky and directly split the sea in half. The blood energy contained in the sword made the tall man retreat with a pale face. One of her arms had been pierced through. Damn it, why are you so powerful? You are really weak. Is there anyone else in the Water Cloud race who can fight? Once these words were spoken, the people from the Water Cloud race were furious. A few more experts walked out, but they were all defeated by Blood Sword. Blood Sword was even more pleased. Shui Xianzi, do you still want your clansmen to suffer? I did not kill them before because I gave you face. Now I will kill them. The killing intent on his body continued to permeate the air. Shui Yunru's expression was unsightly. She wanted to attack. However, the people around her persuaded her. Princess, you can't. Your body is priceless. If anything happens to you, we will not be able to explain. Damn it. Shui Yunru's face tightened. The raging Inferno clan was too much of a bully. He looked up at the sky and said, Lai Feng, are you so arrogant? Aren't you afraid of causing a war between the two clans? The red-haired man in the sky who had been watching the show, Lai Feng, laughed. Blood Sword is my brother. I will support whatever he wants to do. I feel that there is nothing wrong with you being his woman. Humph. Shui Yunru snorted and did not continue the conversation. It seemed that these people were not willing to give up. Could he only use some of his trump cards? This time, Yang Kai also brought some artifacts with him, but each time he used them, he would only be able to use them once. He had originally planned to explore the valley. He did not expect to use them in advance. At this time, the armored man who had been silent all this time spoke. Shui Xianzi, let me do it. I won't let you get hurt. Lu Qianli walked out. His eyes were filled with confidence. He was also not from the Water Cloud race. He was from another clan. However, he had been in love with Shui Yunru for a long time. It was just that he did not have a chance. Now was the time to be a hero and save the beauty. If he won, Shui Yunru would definitely be grateful to him. At that time, he would have a chance. Thinking of this, Lu Qianzhong walked out. Chapter 56:15. With me here, I won't let you be arrogant. Lu Qianzhong said coldly. Blood sword, leave quickly. You aren't my match. Not my match? When Shuejian heard this, he sneered. You really don't know what's good for you. Do you want to be a hero and save the beauty? But do you have the ability? Blood sword laughed coldly. He attacked swiftly and slashed out with the sword in his hand. The cold sword light slashed forwards with a cold blood aura. Lu Qianzhong scoffed coldly and charged over too. The battle between the two shook heaven and earth and was really terrifying. The Shui Yun race people were really nervous. Do you think Lu Qianzhong can do it? He should be able to. He was a top genius, and blood sword wasn't weak either. So, they weren't confident. After 100 moves, Lu Qianzhong hollered in rage. Endless light appeared on his body. His body grew larger, and a single black horn grew from the corner of his head. Then he hacked out. He slashed out and sent blood sword flying. Blood sword's arm was pierced, and his expression became really ugly. Damn, he didn't expect him to actually injure him. The members of the Shueiyun clan also cheered. Lu Qianzhong's strength was much stronger than they had expected. This time they weren't in danger. All of them were delighted. Blood sword, aren't you amazing? You dare to target our princess? Blood sword knelt down and apologized. Sneers could be heard one after another. Damn. Blood sword gritted his teeth and his expression was really ugly. Damn, you actually dare to look down on me. I will let you know how amazing I am. The sword of true blood, the evil god, descended. He roared furiously, and endless phantoms appeared in his swordsmanship. An even colder bloodlust appeared. It was like a blood god had descended. He slashed out, and 36 swords appeared in the area. The energy was like a sword steel that sealed the area. The terrifying sword steel covered Lu Qianzhong. There was an intense explosion, and Lu Qianzhong spat out blood as he flew out. Did he lose? The Shui Yun race people's expressions became really ugly. They had won, but in the blink of an eye they lost. Blood sword scoffed coldly. You're just S.O. Lu Qianzhong, if you want to defeat me, you have to cultivate for another 100 years. He laughed viciously and looked towards Shui Yunru. He flew over. You're mine now, my beauty. Damn it, retreat quickly. Shui Yunru shouted angrily and retreated quickly. You want to leave? Behind them, the people of the Raging Inferno tribe had been waiting for a long time. They had completely sealed off their escape route. What to do? Princess? They asked. Shui Yunru gritted her teeth. It seems like we can only go to the Heavenly Sound Valley. These people rushed in. Have they entered the valley? Humph. Then it's like catching a turtle in a jar. Shuejian sneered and took the lead to charge over. When Lai Feng saw this, he waved his hand. Let's go. The group also entered the valley. The pursuit began just like that. After entering, they even fought several great battles. The injuries of the Shueiyun clans people became more and more serious. Their expressions were extremely ugly. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than a day. There was a possibility that they would be defeated and suppressed by the other party. Then, what awaited them would be despair. I've already sent a message to the family, but this place is so far away. By the time the family arrives, we won't have time. An expert from the Water Cloud clan said through gritted teeth. Shui Yunru looked around. He had said that the Heavenly Sound Valley was extremely terrifying. We have already seen this point. If we continue walking further in, we might be able to encounter the terrifying Tian. This way, we can resist the attacks of the Blazing Fire Clan. This was the only way. They flew in with their heads lowered. In the end, their speed became slower and slower. The people from the Blazing Fire Clan behind them sneered. Are you trying to kill us with a borrowed knife? I'm afraid that you will be killed by Tian before we even make a move. They weren't in a hurry. They slowly sealed the path behind them. When the time came, they would make the other party kneel at their feet. In the end, another battle broke out. The sound of the battle was earth-shattering. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. In the depths of the heavenly sound valley, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He frowned slightly. There were fighting sounds. Who was it? After he saved Scorching Sun Ancestor, he had been cultivating and comprehending here. A few days had passed. He originally wanted to cultivate more, but since someone had come, he was ready to leave. Her figure swayed, and she walked outside. Outside, Shui Yanru and the others were in despair. Lu Qianzhong was already severely injured. It was difficult for them to resist. Shui Jian sneered. Kneel down obediently and submit. Behind them, Lai Feng stood with his hands behind his back. He was like a supreme deity. He had been looking at them coldly. It felt like a game of cat and mouse. Just as Shui Yanru and the others were in despair, a voice suddenly came from afar. Are you the ones who disturbed my cultivation? Hearing this voice, the people in front were stunned. Is there anyone here? They were surprised. Shui Yanru and the others were hopeful. The person cultivating here must be a martial arts expert. He might even be a super mighty. Great. Senior, save us. They turned around and cried out in alarm. The people from the Blazing Fire Clan also muttered to themselves. Not good. They also turned around. However, when they saw the figure behind them, they were stunned. Shui Jian and the others even laughed out loud. The people from the Shuiyan clan also looked terrible. They realized that the person behind them wasn't a super mighty. It was a young man who seemed to be about their age. What was the use of such a person? He couldn't help them at all. Could it be Tianju and the others? It's useless. A useless ant won't save you. Shui Jian sneered and continued to walk forward. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He looked ahead and said, The Blazing Fire Clan? It really surprised me. Well, I'll fulfill my promise in advance. The Blazing Sun Ancestor still owed Lin Xian a lot of resources. Lin Xian wouldn't forget that. Therefore, he walked forward and said, The Blazing Fire Clan, right? Who are you? The people from the Blazing Fire Clan frowned. Shui Jian snorted coldly. Kid, do you dare to interfere in our business? I'll give you 1 second to get out of my sight. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Shui Jian roared angrily. Lin Xian frowned. How arrogant! How dare he ask him to get out? In the next moment, he used Shadowless Heaven's net and instantly appeared in front of him. He slapped out. A crisp sound of a slap rang out as the blood sword was slapped away by someone. Half of his face was smashed. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Heavens, this guy dared to attack Shui Jian and succeeded. Damn kid, how dare you hit my face? Shui Jian was also furious. He didn't think that the other party could compete with him. He didn't notice that the other party had launched a sneak attack. You've successfully angered me. I can guarantee that you'll end up 10,000 times worse than the Shuiyan clan. He pulled out the long sword on his back and walked toward Lin Xian. The Shuiyan clan was already his, so he didn't care. He wanted to get rid of the kid who attacked him first. Chapter 56:16. Not good, this kid is in danger. The members of the Shuiyan clan sighed when they saw this. Shui Yanru shook his head and smiled bitterly. He told him to be careful and run. They were really strong. Although he didn't know Lin Xian, he didn't want him to die here for no reason. Lu Qianzhong scoffed coldly. How stupid! He actually dared to attack Bloodsword. To him, That slap was definitely a sneak attack. In terms of true strength, this kid wouldn't be able to take a single hit. After all, even he lost a blood sword. So how could Lin Xian be his match? Xue Jian thrust out his long sword, which transformed into a blood dragon and charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face sunk. You dare to attack me? Are you asking to die? His body shook and he dodged the attack. At the same time, his Rinnegan shone brightly. A hand of heaven appeared in the sky, and it seemed to be wrapped around by the heavenly Tao as it slapped down. This strike was like the palm of a heavenly god. Everyone's soul felt like it was shaking. Blood, Sword's pupils constricted. He retreated and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Soul attack? You dare to sneak attack me? Are you asking to die? Lin Xian laughed. Sneak attack? Why didn't you say that you were too weak? Soul attacks have many variations. You don't understand, and you say that it was a sneak attack. You are really ignorant. Also, that slap was because you couldn't keep up with my speed. You only know how to find excuses for yourself. You are just a weakling. Are you asking to die? Lin Xian actually dared to look down on him. True blood sword technique. Blood sword was furious. He decided to use his strongest attack to kill Lin Xian. A sword steel appeared in the sky and continued to descend. When he saw this, Lu Qianzong laughed coldly once more. So what if he was a soul expert? He was only suitable for sneak attacks. Once he paid attention, his soul wouldn't have a chance at all. He was definitely going to lose this time. He had been defeated by this move. As far as he was concerned, it was impossible for the kid in front of him to block it. Oh, was he going to go all out? But it wasn't enough. Lin Xian shook his head. Reincarnation human path. Reincarnation power gathered on his body. With Rinnegan as the center, it spread all over his body. In the next moment, he raised his hand and punched. 6 Tao fists. He punched out, and the phantoms of 6 worlds surrounded him. At this moment, the power it carried was simply too strong. The sword steel in the sky actually broke apart with a loud bang, turning into countless pieces of rock that scattered all over the ground. Xue Jian was also sent flying by the punch, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Was he defeated? The members of the Raging Flame tribe were stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. The blood sword was so terrifying. The members of the Shuayan clan were also dumbfounded. From the beginning to the end, they didn't have much hope. But this brat actually defeated Xue Jian, which really surprised them. Shui Yanru's hope sword. This was great. They had a chance to be saved. Lu Qianqing's pupils constricted. It was impossible. This kid was so powerful. Had he already surpassed him? This made his expression extremely ugly. Damn brat. Blood Sword wanted to attack again, but when he stood up, his soul shook. That punch earlier had not only injured his coercion, but had also severely injured his soul. He no longer had the strength to attack. He could only look towards Lai Feng. Lai Feng's brows were also tightly knitted together. He originally thought that this was a game of cat and mouse. Who knew that an ant would suddenly appear and spoil his fun? He frowned and scoffed coldly. Report your name. You dare to go against my Raging Flame tribe? You must be tired of living. As expected from the Raging Flame tribe, Lin Xian said, hand over your storage rings, and then half of you scram back to your families to get more resources for me. The members of the Raging Flame tribe went crazy. Was this kid robbing them? You are asking to die. Those people all shouted in rage. Lai Feng frowned. You really don't know your place. However, Lin Xian smiled. This is what your clan owes me. Owes you? Who are you? Lai Feng was furious. You dare to challenge my Raging Flame tribe? I don't think you need to live anymore. He walked out. Xue Jian laughed coldly. Kid, don't think that you can be proud just because you sneak attacked me. Big brother Lai Feng is much stronger than me. Just wait for your death. Young master, be careful. Lai Feng is really strong and is a quadruple crown king. His flames are even more terrifying. Don't take it head-on. Shui Yunru shouted from afar. He said, "Young master, please help us leave. My Shuiyan tribe will definitely thank you." To him, Lin Xian could fight Shuijian, but he definitely couldn't beat Lai Feng. However, if he helped them escape, he should be able to. This was why he gave such conditions. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. Celestial selection Shuiyan tribe? That was interesting. It's not that I can't save you, but what can you give me? As long as young master helps us leave safely, you can name any conditions. Shui Yunru said quickly. He really didn't care about anything, because if he fell into Shuijian's hands, he would rather die. When Lin Xian heard this, he said, "Okay, then show me your family's celestial techniques." "What? Don't be too much." A male from the Shuiyan tribe shouted in rage. The others frowned too. Cultivation techniques were the treasures of each family, and they wouldn't be passed down to outsiders. This kid wanted to see their techniques right away. Moreover, it was a celestial technique. This was too much. Shui Yunru frowned too. Lin Xian shrugged. "You don't want to? Then forget it. I'm not related to you. There's no need to save you." Lin Xian shook his head and prepared to leave. "Wait," Shui Yunru said. "Okay, I'll give you a celestial technique. Fairy, if you keep your word, I'll protect your lives." Lin Xian nodded. He didn't care about the Lai Hua tribe at all. This made Lai Feng and the others furious. What was the meaning of this? Did this kid think they didn't exist? He even dared to protect the Shuiyan tribe? He was looking for death. "Big brother, I'll kill him." While they were talking, a tall man walked over. He was called Lai Shan, and his body was very large. He stretched out his palm like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at once. "Go to hell, kid." "Scram." Lin Xian glanced at him. His gaze turned into a terrifying, murderous sword. It pierced through heaven and earth. Lai Shan's vitality was pierced through, and countless cracks appeared on his body. He fell to the ground, and his body trembled. It was as if he had walked through the gates of hell just now. Everyone gasped. This young man was too strong. He defeated an expert with just a glance. His strength was a little terrifying. Lai Feng frowned too. "You guys step back and let me do it." He could also see that although Lin Xian was arrogant, he did have some tricks up his sleeve. Then he would kill him personally. He was the quadruple champion, and his strength was terrifying. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill this kid in front of him. He walked out and said in a deep voice, "How do you want to die?" As he spoke, a fiery long saber condensed in his hand. It carried an extremely terrifying flame power and slashed over. This saber was much more terrifying than the true blood sword technique that Xue Jian had used before. One could imagine how terrifying Lai Feng's strength was. Chapter 56:17. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He didn't care about dodging. His opponent was a quadruple champion. So was he. Even if they were at the same level, Lin Xian had never lost. "Young master, dodge quickly," Shui Yunru exclaimed when she saw this. But it was too late. Lu Qianxian snorted coldly. Idiot. In his opinion, Lin Xian couldn't fight against Lai Feng. Under this blade, this brat was dead for sure. Lin Xian didn't need to dodge at all. A terrifying flame appeared on his body. The 9-yang divine weapon bloomed. He was like a sun, a god of war. He slapped forward. This guy was also a fire elemental warrior. Countless people exclaimed when they saw this. But could this flame be compared to the Lai Hua tribe? Under their shocked gazes, their eyes widened. A rumbling sound rang out as the two attacks collided in the sky, creating a deafening sound. In the next moment, they were dumbfounded. Did he block it? These people were shocked. Lai Feng frowned. He felt as if his attack had hit an ancient mountain. His opponent's physique was so strong. It was beyond his expectations. Such a person shouldn't be a nobody. He said coldly, "Who are you? Tell me where you came from." Lin Xian laughed. "Me? I'm your ancestor." You're courting death. Lai Feng was furious. His opponent actually dared to take advantage of him. His body was filled with killing intent. Kid, you have a sharp tongue. I'll let you see my true power. I'll let you know my Lai Hua tribe's immortal techniques. A mysterious power rose from his body, and the power of the flame was rapidly increasing. Great, Big Brother Lai Feng is serious. The Lai Hua tribe laughed. Let's see how this kid dies. In Lai Feng's hand, a flame spear quickly formed. The immortal energy shards on it kept flickering. It was extremely terrifying. If this spear stabbed out, it would definitely destroy heaven and earth. It would destroy everything. However, Lin Xian stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers were facing the sky. Radiance bloomed between heaven and earth. Everyone became nervous. Was this brat going to use some kind of ultimate technique? However, what was surprising was that there was none. That palm did not release any power at all. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. What is this? It turned out that on Lin Xian's 10 fingers, there was a fiery red ring that shone with a mysterious light. What could a ring be? The members of the Shuiyun clan were puzzled. The people of the Raging Flame tribe didn't care. Lai Feng even snorted coldly, pretending to be mysterious. He was about to attack. Lin Xian was enraged as well. What an idiot. Why aren't you kneeling when you see your ancestor? As soon as he finished speaking, endless flames flew into the fiery red ring. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the fiery red ring emitted a monstrous pressure. A huge phantom of a ring appeared in the void. The fiery aura emitted from it caused the people who chose the Raging Flame clan first to tremble. What the hell is going on? I could feel the suppression of my bloodline. Some people even knelt on the ground with a thud, unable to stand up at all. Even Lai Feng didn't dare to make a move. His expression became extremely ugly. His bloodline was firmly suppressed. She looked up in horror. Who are you? Who are you? How could the other party suppress him? This was too terrifying. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle. The people of the Shuiyun clan were also stunned. What was going on? The appearance of a ring made everyone kneel. This brat's methods were too powerful. Lin Xian said, "Haven't you heard of the Blazing Sun Ring? Don't tell me that no one knows about it now." What? The Blazing Sun Ring? The people of the Raging Flame tribe felt their scalps tingle. Lai Feng's pupils constricted. Impossible. This ring had been missing for more than 10,000 years. How could it be in your hands? As soon as he said that, countless people exclaimed. This ring was very famous. It was a supreme treasure in the Raging Flame tribe. However, it had disappeared for a long time and was listed as a mysterious incident. They didn't expect it to appear now, and in the hands of this young man. Who the hell was this young man? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since you know, why aren't you kneeling? Don't you recognize your ancestors? Lai Feng had no choice. The bloodline suppression from above forced him to kneel. He knelt down on one knee. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who are you?" "Brat, where did you get the Blazing Sun Ring? Tell me. You have too many questions. And who do you think you are? Do you have the right to ask me questions? I'll teach you to leave all your resources, storage rings, and magic treasures here. Then get out of my sight in 3 seconds. Otherwise, you'll suffer the consequences." If someone dared to speak to them like this before, they would definitely make that person suffer a fate worse than death. But now they couldn't. Just this ring alone was enough to make them faint. They only wanted to escape now. These people took off their storage rings and threw them in front of them. Then they turned around and fled. When Lai Feng left, he said, "Just you wait. This is our clan's treasure. We won't allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders. Just you wait to suffer the wrath of our clan." Lin Xian snorted coldly and continued to activate the Blazing Sun Ring. A flame directly hit Lai Feng. Lai Feng was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he didn't dare to say anything. He turned around and fled. In the blink of an eye, the arrogant raging fire clan fled. Only the storage rings were left on the ground. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian grabbed all of these items. The next moment, he also put away the blazing sun ring. The things that Ancestor Scorching Sun gave him were really useful. But it was not enough. These resources were not enough to offset the resources that Ancestor Scorching Sun owed him. It seemed that he would have to make a trip to the Scorching Sun clan in the future. After putting away the storage rings, Lin Xian turned to look at the Immortal Water Clan. Well, he had left. To be honest, the people of the Immortal Water Clan were still in a daze. Their peerless enemy, the Raging Fire Clan, had actually knelt down, and he had actually escaped. Who was this brat in front of them? Shui Yunru was also trembling in fear. Could it be that he was Ancestor Scorching Sun, who had been missing for more than 10,000 years? Thinking of this possibility, the surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was an old monster after all. He was an extremely terrifying existence among the quasi-emperors. If he wanted to attack, none of them would be able to escape. Lu Qianzhong was so scared that his scalp went numb. He buried his head deep in the ground and didn't dare to come out. Lin Xian shook his head. What's wrong with your eyes? Am I very old? I'm not that old, man. I'm not even as old as you guys. Well, no matter who I am, I saved you guys. Fulfill your promise and show me your clan's cultivation method. Lin Xian had been cultivating divine powers in the burial planet. After coming here, he obtained an immortal technique, the Blazing Sun Peerless, which inspired him. He was very inspired, so he urgently wanted to get more immortal techniques to study. After all, he would definitely encounter more and more chosen immortal clans in the future when he searched for treasures in the Deity ground. When the time came, he would have an easier time dealing with them with immortal techniques. Chapter 56:18. Hearing that the other party was not an old monster from 10,000 years ago, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they heard the other party's request, the Shueyan people's expressions turned ugly. Shui Yenru said, "Young master, don't worry. You saved us, so I will fulfill my promise. However, young master, please follow me back to the family. I want to thank you properly." "No need. Let's just stay here." Lin Xian frowned. He didn't know what would happen after he went back. However, the people from the Shueyan clan were surprised and had strange expressions on their faces. Lin Xian frowned. "What's wrong?" Shui Yenru said, "Young master, you don't know. How can we carry immortal techniques with us? Although we can cultivate them, we can't pass them to you. If you want to see them, you have to go back to the family. Only the family's connate stone tablet has immortal techniques recorded." Lin Xian frowned when he heard that. "It can't be." He snorted coldly. "Do you think I'm easy to fool? I've seen someone use their soul to impart immortal techniques to me before. You can't even give me a scroll." Shui Yenru said, "You're talking about a quasi-emperor senior, right? After becoming a quasi-emperor, you can indeed impart your immortal techniques to others. However, young master, do you think any of us are quasi-emperors? At most, we're Triple Crown champions." Lin Xian was shocked to hear that. There was such a thing. He asked DeLong said, "Indeed, the Deity ground is different from other places in the universe. You can find out the strength of the Shueyan people. If they're not too terrifying, you can go there." Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. He asked around and found out that the Shueyan people did have quasi-emperors. However, there were no quasi-emperors. This made him feel relieved. He came with an extreme weapon. Even if they shed all pretense of cordiality, it wouldn't be easy for them to kill him. At most, he could take the sky-devouring crown and leave through the void. Without any worries, Lin Xian nodded. He said, "Okay, then I'll go back with you." Many people were surprised. This person really dared to go back. Wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to come out? Lin Xian, on the other hand, was calm. "What are you waiting for? Lead the way. Yes, young master, don't be anxious. We'll leave now. Shui Yunru regained her senses. They led the way and respectfully invited Lin Xian back. Along the way, Lu Qianzhong's expression was unsightly because he realized that Shui Yunru's attitude towards him had changed. Previously, Shui Yunru was very polite to him and relied on him for everything. However, things were different now. The other party had been hovering around Lin Xian. That kind of smile and amiable attitude was something he had never experienced before. This made him incomparably jealous. He had always been pursuing Shui Yunru. Although he didn't succeed, he felt that he was about to succeed. However, he didn't expect that he would fail at the last step. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Xian with an even colder gaze. Humph, stupid thing. As long as you're not an old monster, you're dead. So what if you saved Shui Yunru? If you covet the Aqua Cloud clan's immortal arts, I think even 10 lives won't be enough for you. After flying for about 5 days, a team appeared in front of them. It was the Water Cloud tribe's team. They were here to rescue him. When they received the news, they immediately rushed over. The journey was long, and they could only come here. Fortunately, it was more daunting than dangerous. When they found out what had happened, they were furious. The Raging Inferno tribe was too arrogant. They definitely wouldn't let them go. Just you wait, we will definitely take revenge for this. Those experts gritted their teeth. When they saw Lin Xian, they were first filled with gratitude. However, when they heard Lin Xian's request, their faces turned gloomy. What? A hot-tempered person was furious. Brat, are you asking for too much? Change your request, or you will regret it. What? Are you going back on your words? Lin Xian sneered and looked at Shui Yunru. Shui Yunru's expression changed. She said, "Seniors, please listen to me." She brought a few experts over and whispered. She said, "The situation was urgent, and I swore on my martial path. Seniors, please forgive me. I have to bring this Lin Gongzi over." After hearing that, those people sighed. "All right, we'll act according to the situation." Even if this brat saw it, he wouldn't be able to walk out alive. After another 2 days, they returned to their tribe. When they returned, the Shuiyun tribe received the news. They were shocked and furious. They looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. There were even some young geniuses who were deliberately looking for trouble. However, because Shui Yunru was by their side, they didn't have the chance to fight. Lin Xian didn't mind. Although the immortal technique was a secret of every tribe, since he had agreed, he had to keep his word. After all, Lin Xian wasn't idle. He wouldn't go around saving people. Previously, he had risked defending a powerful tribe to save them. Therefore, this request wasn't too much. Shui Yunru also knew this, so she had been trying her best to mediate. However, it seemed that she was unable to do so. In addition, Lu Qianzhong was secretly fanning the flames. This made the Shuiyun tribe even angrier at Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care about this at all. First, he had made a decision with Shui Yunru. Second, he wanted to see an immortal technique. As for what immortal technique it was, he didn't care. In the main hall, the elders of the Shuiyun tribe gathered to discuss this matter. An outsider wanted to see their immortal technique. This was something that had never happened since the beginning of the world. Roa was too reckless. Some people also said that if this brat hadn't helped back then, he would have gone to hell by now. Therefore, in a way, they did have to thank this brat. However, this brat didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although he was their savior, he shouldn't be so arrogant. Let's talk to him one last time and see if he's willing to change his condition. If he's willing, give him some heavenly treasures and ask him to scram. If he's not willing, then don't blame us. The conversation here was extremely secret. However, they didn't know that Lin Xian had seen it. Lin Xian's Rinnegan bloomed with endless light. It seemed to have passed through the void of the universe. Seeing this scene, his face darkened. Biting the hand that fed him? First, he went back on his word. Now he bit the hand that fed him. The people of the deity land were just SOO. In this case, he wouldn't be polite. He took a deep breath and exerted the power of the Rinnegan to the extreme. At the same time, the seed of divine flame between his eyebrows bloomed. That power combined with the Rinnegan. He began to search the entire Shuayin tribe. Finally, his eyes bloomed with light, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Found it. He saw a few stone steels in the depths of the Shuayin tribe. Those stone steels were connate great Daos with extremely terrifying runes on them. The immortal technique should be recorded on them. Thinking of this, Lin Xian stood up. Since these people didn't agree, he would go and see it himself. Chapter 56:19. The eighth elder's face was gloomy. With his hands behind his back, he led the two middle-aged men to the courtyard in the distance. Stepping on the path made of divine crystals, his eyes flickered. He was thinking about how to say something to scare the young man so that he would not be so arrogant. They would definitely not allow the immortal techniques to be spread. When they arrived outside the courtyard, a middle-aged man walked out and said, "Lin Gongzi, the eighth elder, is here to visit. Get ready." His voice was clearly heard inside, but there was no response. This made the eighth elder frown. This young man was really arrogant. Did he think that he could be so arrogant after saving Shui Yenru? He would let him know that it was not so easy to take advantage of the Shuayin clan. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly and gave a look. The middle-aged man beside him quickly walked forward and opened the array with a palm. The eighth elder walked in and looked around, but he was stunned. There was no one. "The two of you go and investigate. Don't let go of any place." With an order, the two middle-aged men moved like lightning. They left countless afterimages and searched in all directions. However, they did not find anyone, which made them frown. Eighth elder, there was no one. The eighth elder was stunned, then he laughed. I thought it was an arrogant kid, but now it seems that he was just a coward. He probably ran away because he was afraid. Let's go, no need to bother. The eighth elder's mood became very good. He had chased away an arrogant kid for the clan, which could be considered as a merit. When he returned, his status should be able to rise. He returned to the main hall proudly. In the depths of the Shuayin clan, there were arrays everywhere. There were 12 laws of water in front, which surrounded each other like the Milky Way. It formed a great array of heavenly water. The array was extremely mysterious and coordinated with each other. It could stop a quasi-emperor. No wonder there were no guards around, because there was no need at all. At this moment, a figure appeared outside the great array of heavenly water. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not run away. He had received the news in advance. He knew that the Shuayin clan wanted to go back on their word, so he was prepared to do it himself. However, he did not expect this array to be so terrifying. However, he soon snorted coldly. So what if it was terrifying? They could stop a quasi-emperor, but they could not stop him. He took a deep breath, and a terrifying sword aura appeared in his hand. It kept flashing and then slashed forward. With a swoosh, the sword Qi slashed into the heavenly water array. The Milky Way of the heavenly water kept tumbling. Honestly speaking, even a quasi-emperor's attack might sink into the sea here. However, Lin Xian's sword Qi was incomparably sharp, capable of slicing through the void. No matter how terrifying the heavenly water array was, it was gradually broken apart by the invincible sword Qi. Not long after, the first sky water Milky Way split open and Lin Xian walked in. Next, he continued to attack. Wherever the sword Qi went, it was unparalleled. Nothing could stop it. Finally, a crack appeared in the heavenly water great formation. Lin Xian walked to the front and put away his sword art. He looked at the connate Dao steels in front of him. The laws revolved around it, causing one to faint just by looking at it. How mysterious! Lin Xian was astonished. Was this an immortal technique? It was indeed powerful. Those below the quasi-emperor level would faint just by looking at it. It seemed that those below the quasi-emperor level could not come here to learn it personally. It should be a quasi-emperor imparting the technique. Only a true quasi-emperor could come here and learn the real Khanate immortal technique. Although Lin Xian was not a quasi-emperor, his strength was not weaker than an ordinary quasi-emperor. In addition, he had the Rinnegan, so he was fully qualified to stand here. The Rinnegan bloomed, and Lin Xian began to explore the secrets on the Khanate Dao steels. Next, his palms continuously formed one magical seal after another. He began to cultivate the immortal technique. He saw that this heavenly steels was a sword art called the true water sword art. This sword art was good at using softness to overcome hardness, silently killing the enemy. All of Lin Xian's previous attacks were bold and fierce. He just happened to lack this sword art. Therefore, Lin Xian instantly decided to cultivate this true water sword art. He knew that he could not cultivate all of these Khanate Dao steels. He could only choose one. After all, the Shuayan clan was not to be trifled with. It would not be long before they found out that the heavenly water array had been broken. Lin Xian's guess was not wrong. There was a special person watching the heavenly water array. However, at this moment, the guardian elder was not there. To be precise, he was asleep. There was no other way. As the guardian of the array, Elder Hai had been hacking for more than 1,800 years. To be honest, it was really boring. Usually, there was nothing to do because no one dared to come here and behave atrociously. Not to mention the heavenly water array, which was incomparably terrifying. Even a quasi-emperor could not enter. Other than cultivating here, he could only drink. This time, he used a 10,000-year-old heaven and earth treasure to refine a pot of good wine. It was named Drunken Immortal. One could imagine the name. After Elder Hai finished drinking, he was drunk. He was drunk for a few days. When he woke up, he yawned. It was really comfortable. This feeling could not only get drunk, but also cultivate in a drunken dream. He felt that his nomological laws had improved by a lot. It seemed that he should brew a few more pots of Drunken Immortal next time. Elder Hai got up. His body emitted a blue light, and an illusion of the sea surrounded him. Suddenly, he was stunned. What was going on? There was a problem with the heavenly water array. That was impossible. Elder Hai thought that he had not sobered up yet, so he opened his eyes wide with all his might. When he saw a figure in the heavenly water array, he felt like he was struck by lightning. Damn it, how did someone enter? Who was it? Only 2 people could enter the heavenly water array. They were the 2 quasi-emperors. Of the 2 quasi-emperors of the heavenly water clan, one was out and the other was in seclusion. They would not come out for a while. How could someone enter? Could it be that a disciple of the clan sneaked in? However, that was even more impossible. The heavenly water array could not enter under the heavenly water array. Therefore, she was instantly furious. It was an outsider. She shouted angrily. Who was it? Barging into the array. This voice transformed into a thunderclap from the 9th heaven and spread in all directions. The entire Shuayan clan was alarmed. Those elders and disciples looked up at the sky. What was going on? It seemed that there was a problem with the Shuayan array. What? That was the place where the immortal techniques were stored. Could something have happened? Let's go and take a look. In an instant, countless figures soared into the sky. The 8th elder and the others also came. They asked, Guardian Elder, what's going on? The Guardian Elder's face was cold. Someone was inside. What? Someone was inside. The surrounding people discussed animatedly as they looked up. Could it be that the patriarch had come out of seclusion? However, when they saw that the figure in front of them was not the patriarch, their faces turned ugly. Who was it? Shui Yinru also came. She looked at the figure in front and said, Why does it look like Lin Gongzi? Chapter 56:20. Which Lin Gongzi? The surrounding people were stunned. The 8th elder's pupils constricted. Impossible. That kid has already left. I personally went to check. Wait, could it be that the kid didn't leave their clan but went to the forbidden area alone? Damn it, this kid is too daring. The surrounding people also understood. It was actually the kid who saved Shui Yunru. However, they were extremely puzzled. How did he get in? The heavenly water formation was extremely terrifying. Those below the quasi-emperor level couldn't enter. They had checked this kid before and found that he wasn't a quasi-emperor at all. He was just a sacred lord. With such a cultivation level, he would probably be sealed the moment he stepped into the heavenly water formation. What made them even more puzzled was, when did this kid get in? They all looked at Elder High. Elder High's expression changed. He said that it should be a few days ago. Don't bother about these details. Capture him first. We can't let him secretly learn immortal techniques inside. I'll open the heavenly water formation. You guys go in. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his palm. The heavenly water formation in front of him kept spinning and opened up a passage. The 8th elder and the others took the lead. They quickly rushed over. Little thing, get out here. The 8th elder shouted angrily. He stretched out his palm like a monstrous demon claw. He grabbed at the other party. He didn't hold back in this attack. Even if it was a sacred master, if he was hit, his body and soul would be destroyed. The world in front of them shook. A terrifying power spread out and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned his head and frowned. Get lost. With an angry shout, she struck back. The demonic aura on this palm was monstrous. It was like the palm of a demon god. It collided with the other party's attack. The 8th elder instantly vomited blood and flew backward. His hands are broken and turned into a bloody mist. His entire body flew out of the formation like a kite with a broken string. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were shocked. How could the 8th elder be injured? He couldn't beat the other party. How strong is this kid? Another 3 elders rushed over. The 3 of them worked together and attacked Lin Xian with terrifying sword light and blade shadows. They also had the intention to kill. Lin Xian still wasn't afraid. He turned around and waved his hand. Blue sword qi appeared in his hand. As the sword shadows revolved around them, it was like the Milky Way, completely enveloping the attacks of the 3. Then it bound him like a chain. Primordial water, 1000 trick lock. With a single move, he had neutralized all 3 of their attacks. This scene stunned the people outside the array formation. The 3 elders cried out in surprise. You actually know the true water sword technique. They had all gone mad. Damn it. Had this guy completely stolen their immortal techniques? Damn it. Kill him. I can't let him leave here alive. Our immortal techniques cannot be passed to outsiders. The 3 elders shouted angrily. Nomological laws erupted from their bodies as they also unleashed their immortal techniques. One of them displayed the primordial water Aquarius. Another person also used the steaming water sword art, while the last person slashed out with his saber. The seawater in the sky swept out, capable of engulfing everything. The 3 of them unleashed 3 immortal arts. The power of their immortal arts was incredibly terrifying. So what if his opponent was a Triple Crown champion? He was still going to die. Lin Xian waved his arm again and attacked with the true water sword art. It was like a water dragon that was extraordinarily mighty. It carried the power of the great dragon sword soul, and its power was much stronger than that of the 3 elders. It directly shattered the 3 immortal arts. The 3 elders also vomited blood and were sent flying. Their blood was boiling. The true water sword art was incomparably powerful. Moreover, it used softness to overcome hardness. There were no wounds on their bodies, but they were already seriously injured. Their internal organs were all shattered. This was impossible. She had only practiced it for a few days. How could his sword art be so powerful? One of the elders went crazy. He had cultivated for thousands of years, but he still couldn't defeat the other party. How could they know that although Lin Xian didn't have the immortal Qi seed and couldn't fully unleash the power of the immortal arts? However, he had the divine fire seed, and his strength had long surpassed these people. Moreover, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul was unparalleled in combat strength. Fusing it with the sword art was not something these people could imagine. The power of the immortal arts was really not bad. Lin Xian was very satisfied with the true water sword art. Outside, the people of the Shuiyun clan had indeed gone crazy. Damn it, go and get the patriarch. They felt that they couldn't do anything to the other party at all. The young man in front of them was very terrifying. Therefore, they had to ask the patriarch for help. Some of them rushed outside, while Lin Xian strode out in large strides. Stop him! Don't let him out of the array. Elder Hai hurriedly closed the array, but it was still too late. The demon god wings rushed out from Lin Xian's back, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, before the array was closed, he rushed out. Stop him! Don't let him run away. The surrounding elders rushed over, covering the sky and covering the earth. There were over 100 of them. In the distance, there were even more. Tens of thousands of Shuiyun clan warriors and geniuses soared into the sky. They covered the sky and covered the earth, enveloping Lin Xian. The laws that filled the sky all attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. True water sword art, true water barrier. 5 streaks of blue, sword qi, shot out from his 5 fingers. As it surrounded him, it formed a terrifying true water vortex. Like a natural barrier, it blocked his side, using softness to overcome hardness to defend. How could he be so powerful? The elders of the Shuiyun clan went crazy. They outnumbered the other party by tens of thousands, but they couldn't do anything to him. This could only mean that the other party's strength far exceeded theirs. Could it be that he was a quasi-emperor? But they didn't feel the emperor's aura at all. Thinking of this, they all went crazy. At this moment, a cold snort came from the sky. Who is it? Do you want to die? How dare you behave so atrociously in my Shuiyun clan? As soon as the voice fell, the monstrous sea turned into a saber light that slashed over in the air. Lin Xian roared and punched out. Boom! The golden fist descended like the sun, evaporating the surrounding sea water. The saber light disappeared before it got close. How was that possible? He blocked the patriarch's attack. The surrounding people went crazy. They increasingly felt that the person in front of them was a quasi-emperor, because their patriarch was a quasi-emperor. Who are you? The void broke open, and a figure in a blue robe appeared in the sky. It was a middle-aged man. His face was fair and beardless, and he looked like a scholar. However, there was a trace of emperor's aura on his body. There was a blue immortal qi seed between his brows. He was one of the 2 quasi-emperors of the Shuiyun clan, Quasi-Emperor Tian Shui. He was cultivating in seclusion when he suddenly received a distress signal from the elders. He was shocked. Who dared to behave atrociously in their clan? After coming out, he saw that it was a young man. He was instantly furious and attacked with his saber. Originally, he thought that this attack would be able to injure and kill the enemy, but he didn't expect the other party to block it. This shocked him. The other party was a quasi-emperor. Could such a young quasi-emperor be from the depths of the deity ground? Therefore, his expression was extremely solemn. The deity ground was very vast and boundless. The Shuiyun clan was one of the chosen immortal clans, but compared to those in the depths of the deity ground, they couldn't compare at all. Therefore, if it was really someone from the deity ground, then things would be troublesome. Chapter 56:21. Lin Xian looked at the other party and narrowed his eyes. Are you ready to come out? You should be the Shuiyun clan's old ancestor, right? You won't be able to stop me. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He used his Rinnegan to check the other party's aura. Although he was a quasi-emperor, he was only the 5-crown king, about the same as the Chaos quasi-emperor. He could definitely defeat such a person, so it was impossible for the other party to stop him. Hearing this, the Tianshui quasi-emperor's pupils constricted. What an arrogant kid! He frowned and said coldly, "What's going on?" The 8th elder, who was below, quickly reported the matter. Lin Xian said coldly, "Do you know why I attacked? It's not that I'm arrogant, but your Shueyun clan. You've gone too far. You went back on your word after agreeing to the conditions. Nonsense. We didn't go back on our word. We were about to discuss it with you. You attacked first. You didn't take us seriously this time. The eighth elder shouted angrily. The others were also brimming with killing intent. Lin Xian sneered after hearing this. Why? Are you still pretending to be innocent? His Rinnegan bloomed with brilliance, displaying all the scenes he had seen before. The eighth elder and the others were shocked. How is it possible? How could you know? This was the content of their discussion. It was extremely confidential, and there were countless arrays outside the hall. How did the other party see it and recorded it? What kind of eyes are these? It's too terrifying. What else is there to say? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Tianshui quasi-emperor's face became extremely ugly. These people are really useless. But if he just let the other party leave like this, where would the Shueyun clan's face be? So he said coldly, Even so, you can't steal our immortal techniques. Oh, I'll learn it. What do you want? Lin Xian snorted coldly. This matter was not his fault. Thus he did not back down. The Tianshui quasi-emperor said, I won't kill you. Stay in our Shueyun clan for 300 years. After 300 years, I'll let you leave. You want to imprison me? Lin Xian smiled. Tianshui quasi-emperor was also furious. Brat, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you blocked one of my attacks. What kind of secret technique did you use just now? How long can your attacks last? I am a true quasi-emperor. My strength is not something an ant like you can imagine. He took a step forward, and his quasi-emperor aura burst forth. It released a piercingly cold radiance, and a terrifying aura swept across the four seas. Do you want to fight? As you wish. Lin Xian also walked out. A terrifying divine flame imprint also appeared between his eyebrows. Suddenly, he frowned and looked into the distance. What? Kid, are you scared? Seeing that Lin Xian did not make a move, the 8 elders below sneered. Shui Yunru's complexion also became incomparably pale. To be honest, this whole thing started because of him, but he couldn't make the decision now. Now that the Grand Ancestor had come out, he had no right to speak. He could only sigh. Lin Gongzi, I have let you down. Lin Xian did not make a move, not because he was afraid, but because he felt the power of another quasi-emperor approaching quickly. And the aura of that person was from the Shueyun tribe. Was the second quasi-emperor coming? His face was cold, and he held up the sky-devouring jar, ready to use his ultimate weapon at any time. 2 quasi-emperors were still a great challenge to him. Tianshui Grand Ancestor also felt it. The next moment, she exclaimed, Great, true water is back. What? Is it our true water Grand Ancestor? The people of the Shueyun tribe around also looked up to the sky and cheered. Great, haha, kid, you're dead. Our true water Grand Ancestor is even stronger. Let's see how you will die this time. It was easy for 2 quasi-emperors to kill each other. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and his Rinnegan shone brightly. He looked for an opportunity to leave at any time. However, when he saw the figure coming, he was stunned and then smiled. Oh, is that so? He did not leave because he realized that the situation seemed to have changed. The void broke open, and a beautiful woman in aqua blue armor appeared. His face was pale and he was injured. Some parts of his body were even black. He was injured and poisoned. When he flew into the sky, he swayed and swayed. In the end, he could not help but fall from the sky. What was going on with true water? When Tianshui Grand Ancestor saw this, she hurriedly struck out a nomological law to catch him. You are injured, she exclaimed. The people of the Shueyun tribe around also went crazy. Impossible? Their true water Grand Ancestor, 6 Crown King, was very strong. How could he be injured? Who could injure their Grand Ancestor? They were all stunned. At this moment, No one cared about Lin Xian anymore. They all surrounded him. Grand Ancestor, are you okay? Grand Ancestor, don't scare me. Tianxue, Grand Ancestor. Save True Water, Grand Ancestor. Go! Activate the Cloud Sea Array. Tianxue, Grand Ancestor, could not care less about Lin Xian. He took True Water, Grand Ancestor and quickly flew into the depths of the clan. The surrounding elders also scattered in all directions. In the next moment, they struck out beams of terrifying light, and the Cloud Sea Array was activated. A sea of clouds appeared, and the two quasi-emperors entered. The power of the sea of clouds enveloped True Water, Grand Ancestor. Don't worry, you will be fine when you return to the clan. Tianxue, Grand Ancestor, said in a deep voice. When the power he struck entered True Water, Grand Ancestor's body, his body trembled, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Damn it, what's going on? No effect? Open up the treasury and take out everything you have. As soon as the order was given, one after another, pills, herbs, and treasures were taken out. However, True Water Grand Ancestor laughed bitterly. He was very weak. He said, "It's useless. Don't waste resources. I am poisoned." There was no cure for the poison of the Great Path. It could only be cured by the power of time. Perhaps if I am cured, I will fall below the level of a quasi-emperor. True Water Grand Ancestor was sad, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. He had lived for countless years to achieve his current cultivation, but he was injured. From now on, his cultivation could not improve any further. He might not even be able to maintain his cultivation as a quasi-emperor. The poison of the Great Path was terrifying. Do nothing? Impossible. Tianxue, Grand Ancestor, roared at the sky as if he had gone mad. Who did this to you? How despicable. The surrounding members of the Water Clan also knelt on the ground, their eyes red from crying. Was there no hope for their Grand Ancestor? On the other side of the sky, Lin Xian stood there, frowning. The poison of the Great Path. He had heard that the Dragon Prince had been poisoned by the poison of the Great Path. He had almost died back then. Back then, the Thousand Dragon Court had used an extreme weapon to attack the spirit domain. They had used the Divine Tree of Life to save the Dragon Prince. One could imagine how difficult it was to cure the poison of the Great Path, even for an emperor clan. The current Shuiyun clan was terrifying, and they had two quasi-emperors. However, it was difficult to cure the poison of the Great Path. Chapter 56:22. No use. No use. Damn it. What should I do? Patriarch Heavenly Water was going crazy. The people from the other clans were also terrified. Could it be that one of their ancestors was going to fall? He was a boundary emperor. If he died, it would be more terrifying than the sky falling. Patriarch Heavenly Water opened his eyes and said weakly, it was useless. If they wanted to cure the poison of the Great Tao, they would have to enter the depths of the deity ground and obtain some treasures. Patriarch Heavenly Water sighed. Although he was a boundary emperor, they were from the chosen immortal clan. However, the area they were in now was not the core area. They did not dare to enter the core area. It was too scary. Who was the detestable one? Who was it that injured you? If they could find the enemy, they might be able to find the antidote. Patriarch Heavenly Water roared. He was most worried about the people in the core area of the deity ground. However, Patriarch Heavenly Water shook his head. It was the dragon race. The dragon race? He frowned. There was no dragon race in the chosen immortal clan. They came from the outside universe. Patriarch Heavenly Water was even more shocked. How could you injure a dragon race from the outside universe? Could it be the Great Emperor clan? That's right. They had extreme weapons. I was poisoned when I was escaping. Damn it. Was it the Emperor clan? Patriarch Heavenly Water gritted his teeth. He had no other choice. The Great Emperor clan was not in the deity ground, but in the outside universe. However, it was still a terrifying existence. They might not be afraid in terms of strength. However, they would be helpless if they had extreme weapons. Lin Xian was also stunned. The dragon race? Extreme weapons? You mean the Thousand Dragons Court? You know. Patriarch Heavenly Water was stunned. How did you know? Could it be that you are not from the deity ground? Are you from the outside universe as well? He was indeed suspicious because the emperors and elders of his clan were also at a loss. After all, the deity ground only descended once in countless years. They knew too little about the outside world. Only boundary emperors like them knew some information. The others did not know much. They only knew that the people from the outside universe were ants and trash. Apart from a few great emperor clans that they couldn't afford to offend, the others weren't enough. But now the young man in front of them could easily say the name of the emperor race, shocking them. In other words, the other party came from a small universe. The others gasped. That was impossible. Didn't they say that the people from Little Cosmos were all trash? How could he be so powerful? That's right, he's still a young man. Has the small universe outside become so terrifying? Was this person the Emperor clan's Emperor son? In their opinion, only such a bloodline could be so heaven-defying. Lin Xian ignored him and walked forward, stopping in front of the two patriarchs. She asked in a low voice, "I'm asking you if it's the 10,000 Dragons Court." He frowned. That shouldn't be the case. The 10,000 Dragons Empire had already been destroyed by him. Back then, the strongest expert, Long Mu, had been killed by him. The remaining saint ancestors and saint kings had all perished as well. Only a few kings and saints remained. How could such a person rise up in such a short time? Even if the celestial ground descended and everyone broke through, everyone would be like dragons. It was impossible for them to injure a boundary emperor, so he was very confused. It seemed that there were other opportunities in the 10,000 Dragons Court. He had to figure it out. After all, both sides were enemies. Would the 10,000 Dragons Court attack the gods? What do you want to do? Patriarch Tianshui was also facing a great enemy. After all, this kid was very powerful. Get lost. He shouted angrily and struck out with his palm. However, Lin Xian blocked it. The demon god's palm blocked the other party's attack. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He stared at Tianshui. Patriarch, Tianshui said. It should be the 10,000 Dragons Court. The leader was a woman who was very strong and had reached the boundary emperor realm. His entire body was sealed in ice by divine crystals, as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep. Beside him was a tall man who was also a boundary emperor. Other than that, the remaining people were weaker. There were 4 women in the lead. Lin Xian was even more confused. He originally thought that it was related to the Dragon Emperor, but now it seemed that he couldn't figure it out. Moreover, this woman had just woken up. Was she also an ancient living fossil? DeLong said she might be the Dragon Queen. Dragon Queen? Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that the Dragon Emperor's wife was still alive? DeLong sent a voice transmission. Legend had it that the Dragon Queen had not died but had been sealed by the Dragon Emperor. That was why she was still alive. It was very likely. Was it another person who had been sealed and had just woken up? Lin Xian frowned. What exactly was the Dragon Emperor planning? He had even sealed his wife and son. Could it be for the descent of the deity ground? His expression turned ugly. The Dragon Emperor's wife was extremely terrifying among the boundary emperors. She even knew many of the Dragon Emperor's secrets and could even use some of the Dragon Emperor's methods. He guessed that the tall man beside her should be the 7th Dragon General. After all, he was the only dragon race boundary emperor that he knew of. Then, would the remaining 6 dragon generals be summoned as well? Once they were summoned, the 10,000 Dragons Court would be too strong and the Divine Union would be in danger. No, it seemed that the Divine Union lacked the power of a boundary emperor. Now, only Lin Xian had the power of a boundary emperor. The others did not have it yet. It was too dangerous. He had to find a few boundary emperors to form an alliance. In the next instant, he looked at the two quasi-emperor ancestors in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Damned brat, what are you smiling about? Are you mocking us? Gloating? Tian Shui was instantly enraged. He stood up with a murderous aura around him. Lin Xian said, "Do you want to live? I can save him." What? Tian Shui was stunned when he heard this. Ancestor Truewater also opened his eyes abruptly. A look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. When he took a closer look at this young man, he sighed. Even boundary emperors like them had no solution. Would this young man have a solution? This brat was spouting nonsense. You are toying with me. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Lin Xian shook his head. I am serious. I really have a way to save him. Tian Shui frowned when he saw Lin Xian's serious expression. Are you sure? This brat in front of him was indeed very strange. Perhaps he had a solution. He said, "What do you want? If you can save him, you can choose any immortal technique." I don't need any immortal technique. I just want to save him. I want the two of you. What? The two old ancestors were stunned. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with an aura of disdain. I want the two of you to respect me. You are courting death. The surrounding Shuiyin tribe members were completely enraged when they heard this. The old ancestor respected him? What a joke. Was he looking down on their Shuiyin tribe? Boundary Emperor Tian Shui's expression also darkened. He was furious and murderous. Chapter 56:23. Lin Xian was not angry at all when he saw how angry the people around him were. He smiled and said, I can understand. It's hard for a boundary emperor to lower his head to a divine ancestor. But what if I'm stronger than you? What did you say? You? Boundary Emperor Tian Shui was furious. Kid, you've gone too far. Lin Xian said, Come on, it seems like you want to fight. Let's fight. He won't die anytime soon. I'll save him after I defeat you. I'll make both of you convinced. Lin Xian waved his hand and rose into the air, standing above the 9 heavens. Boundary Emperor Tian Shui also flew into the sky. He said, All right, let's see how you can be so arrogant. Below, the people of the Shuiyin clan roared, Kill him, Patriarch. Patriarch, he's too arrogant. Teach him a lesson. Roars of anger could be heard one after another. Shui Yanru's face was also pale. He was completely stunned. Lin Gongzi dared to challenge the Patriarch. Was it really okay? He started to worry about Lin Xian's safety. Lin Xian waved his hand in the sky. The True Water sword technique flew out and turned into 5 True Water swords. It carried the power of using softness to overcome hardness, and instantly, it moved forward like a chain to bind him. Damn it. Patriarch Tian Shui was furious. Let me show you what a true immortal technique is. He also used the True Water sword technique. The two collided and shattered Lin Xian's True Water sword technique. Great, Patriarch is mighty. Haha, I told you, he's no match for Patriarch. In an instant, Patriarch Tian Shui gained the upper hand. The people of the Shuiyin clan were extremely happy. In their opinion, Lin Xian was dead meat. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Just as I thought. The reason why he used the True Water sword technique was to test the difference between the divine fire seed and the immortal chi seed. It seemed that the immortal chi seed cultivated all its power. However, he did not only know immortal techniques, but also divine powers. With the help of the divine fire seed, he was able to unleash the full power of his abhijna. Therefore, Lin Xian smiled and said, Immortal techniques? Very good. I'll have a good taste of the true immortal techniques. As soon as he finished speaking, countless bolts of lightning appeared beneath his feet. Shadowless heavens net. His speed was extremely fast as he charged forward. He punched out, and the golden sun shone brilliantly, rolling between heaven and earth. Countless amounts of water evaporated. What a terrifying flame power! Patriarch Truewater was shocked when he sensed this power. Although he was injured and poisoned, he could still feel it. The young man in front of him was absolutely terrifying. He even started to worry for the Heavenly Water Patriarch. Ancestor Tianxue roared furiously. Heavenly Water Art. He quickly attacked, and his long saber fell like the Milky Way. It wanted to split Lin Xian in half. However, Lin Xian's speed was really too fast. For a moment, all he slashed were illusions. Lin Xian said, "You should experience a true peerless theurgy." He struck out with his palm, drawing a large black seal. Demonic God Seal. It covered the sky and covered the earth. Everywhere it passed, the light of heavenly water was shattered. The two collided, and the saber light in the sky disappeared. Lin Xian was like a demonic god, stepping in all directions. He said, "Your strength is only Sozo." Heavenly Water was stunned. He realized that this young man's aura had changed, becoming extremely mysterious. His aura was even somewhat similar to his. It was just similar, but not the same. Especially when he heard the words peerless theurgy, his pupils shrank. Could it be that you're cultivating the divine fire seed? That was impossible. Firstly, the divine fire seed was very rare. More importantly, even if one had the divine fire seed, one would be a boundary emperor. The other party was only a divine ancestor. How could he have such power? He was really crazy. Lin Xian said, "There are many things you don't know." He continued to attack, opening and closing. He used all the demonic emperor's peerless theurgy. Damn it, so what if it's a peerless theurgy? My immortal techniques are definitely not weaker than yours. The two fought again, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 50 moves. At this moment, the demonic qi on Lin Xian's body condensed. In front of him, it formed a black guqin. Demonic song, demonic overture. With a clang, the guqin exploded and the overture began. Demonic music surrounded them, as if a true demon was attacking. It roared in the ancient past. Everyone felt their souls tremble, and they all knelt on the ground. This young man was really too powerful. The Heavenly Water Patriarch's expression also changed. The Heavenly Water law on his body was constantly shattering. This power could threaten him. Damn it. The Heavenly Water battle armor's law condensed, forming a battle armor that surrounded him. At the same time, the long saber in his hand merged. Heavenly Water saber. This saber was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian, on the other hand, laughed out loud. The demonic song moved the universe. The sound of the guqin changed again, bringing with it a terrifying killer aura that shattered the 9 heavens. The entire Heavenly Water tribe shook violently, and endless cracks spread in all directions. The Heavenly Water Patriarch's expression finally changed. Not good. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. She was sent flying by this power. The battle armor on her body shattered, and her body was also torn apart. She fell from the sky while vomiting blood. Patriarch. The people who were watching from below went crazy. Their patriarch was actually injured, defeated by a young man. Impossible. These people were dumbfounded. When the Heavenly Water Patriarch saw this, he sighed. It was just as he had guessed. Heavenly Water Patriarch was defeated, but he also had hope. Because the stronger this young man was, the truer his words were. Perhaps he could really save her. You have lost. Are you convinced? Lin Xian looked ahead and said in a low voice. The Heavenly Water Patriarch's mind was in a daze. She had never thought that she would lose to a young man, and it was such a thorough defeat. She gritted her teeth, unwilling to admit defeat. But at this moment, a vortex suddenly appeared on Lin Xian's body. Within the vortex, an extremely terrifying aura exploded. Sensing this aura, the Heavenly Water Patriarch's expression changed. Extreme aura. Although their family did not have any extreme weapons, they were the most sensitive to extreme aura. This was an aura comparable to that of an emperor. It could instantly suppress them. It made them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. This young man had an extreme weapon in his hand. This meant that it was not impossible for him to kill her. At the thought of this, she begged for mercy, young master. I admit defeat. The crowd was in an uproar. They had not expected their patriarch to yield. This was like a dream to them. Shui Yunru was also stunned. The young man who had saved her was actually more powerful than their patriarch? This was really unbelievable. Lu Qianzhong was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. Lin Xian said, "Then do you respect me?" The Heavenly Water Patriarch became extremely respectful. He bowed deeply. From now on, he would respect young master. "Young master, please save my senior sister." "All right." Lin Xian laughed heartily. After subduing 2 boundary emperors, the divine union would become stronger. At that time, so what if the Dragon Queen was revived? Lin Xian's eyes emitted a terrifying radiance as he looked at the Heavenly Water Patriarch.